Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Stevens. I call this regular board meeting of January 22nd, 2026 to order. The time is 5:01. I would like to remind everyone to please silence your electronic devices. We acknowledge that the land that we gather is the territorial homelands of the Nuwu, the Moapa Band of Paiutes, and the Las Vegas Band of Paiutes. The presentation of colors will be led by the Sunrise Mountain High School Air Force JROTC, Nathan Joyner, Cadet 2nd Lieutenant, Cam Holland, Cadet 2nd Lieutenant, Jaden Stern, Cadet Staff Sergeant, Landon Sally Thompson, Cadet Staff Sergeant, and their instructor, Daniel Lemon, Colonel, United States Air Force. Let's stand for the pledge. Trustee Zamora will lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before I open item 1.02, is there anyone who did not get a public speaker's card? It looks like this. It is yellow. Okay, we have one over here. Anybody else? Okay, great. Trustee Satori will make the motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following change. Reference material has been provided for item 5.03, public hearing on and possible approval of the new 2025-2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Police Officers Association of the Clark County School District. Reference material has been provided for 5.04, 2026-2027 school start times.
Thank you, Trustee Satori. Trustee Biasotti?
I will second the motion.
All right, we have a second by Trustee Biasotti. Cast your votes. Motion passes. All right, next part on the agenda is our favorite part. It's our student reports. Today we have representing Celine Chang for Clark High School, and Jernia Brown with Nevada Learning Academy. Jernia, I apologize.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Kirsten Sear for the record. And we are indeed here for our favorite part of the evening, which is to hear from two of our students. Tonight we have a student from Ed W. Clark High School, representing Trustee Vice President Bustamante Adams from District F and Trustee Johnson from Las Vegas. And we have a student from Nevada Learning Academy, representing Trustee Cavazos, District G, and Trustee Satori from Clark County. These students are here to share a few highlights about their school communities and give us a glimpse into their student life. So please join me in welcoming. I will start with Celine Chang, representing Clark High School.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent. My name is Celine Chang. I'm a senior at W. Clark High School. I am excited to share more with you all today about what Clark has accomplished over the last year. First, I'd like to highlight the fantastic accomplishments of Clark students and clubs. DECA won multiple state championships and had a team place top 10 internationally. The FBLA club saw a significant increase in membership. Furthermore, the club brought 150-plus students to nationals, earning the most national placements in the state of Nevada, and achieved its 9th first-place sweepstakes in Nevada. Varsity Quiz Bowl won first in the regular season, remaining undefeated. They were also state semifinalists and qualified for nationals for the 5th year in a row. Our Science Olympiad team continues to stay strong as well, keeping their state championship streak for the 14th year in a row. Additionally, they placed 12th out of 92 teams at USC Invitational this past month. Clark also has had 16 National Merit semifinalists this year. Our debate team also performed exceptionally at nationals, earning 3 breaks, and continues to hold a strong record at local competitions. Our cross-country team also made history this year as double state champions. Not only did the boys and girls team bring home state titles, but we also had first-place individual finishers in each race. Second, I'd like to take some of the time to share some of the extraordinary student-led events and activities that have truly strengthened the community over the last year. In December, the Clark High School Musical Department performed for its first annual winter concert. On November 14th, avid seniors volunteered at 3 Square Food Bank. Additionally, the Physical Education Department kicked off a new tradition with the first annual Clark Chargers Turkey Trot. Clark HSD, the High School Democrats of America, celebrated Filipino History Month, hosting guest speakers. Our Ceramics Club created and contributed beautifully crafted bowls, helping the Empty Bowls event at Silverado High School, raising funds to support meals for local families. Clark alone raised $400 through our bowl donations. Our talented Clark Mariachi brought down the house at Cashman Middle School's Tamales event. On September 4th, Clark High School's Key Club hosted its successful blood drive. More than 40 new student donors rolled up their sleeves, and each donation could save up to 3 lives. Our theater department brought George Orwell's classic Animal Farm to stage, and our talented actors also hosted Clark Theater's annual haunted house and escape room to raise money for the theater department. Furthermore, Clark HOSA will be expanding its community involvement with upcoming volunteer opportunities, including service at the Ronald McDonald House and a clothing drive in collaboration with Sunrise Hospital and Medical Center. Most of all, I'm excited to report that this is just the beginning. With that strong, fierce Clark spirit being our fuel, as Clark's motto goes, we'll keep fighting on.
Great job, Celine. Of course, we know our students come with many people who support them from behind the scenes, and Celine's father, Brian Chang, is here, along with her principal, Ziola Braxton. Thank you both for being here. And next up, we have Jernaya, who is representing Nevada Learning Academy.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jernaya Brown, and I am currently a 12th grade student at Nevada Learning Academy. I am very excited to share some of the great things happening at our school. Although we are an online academy, NVLA serves over 4,500 innovators. Our students are finding more innovative ways to connect, get involved, support each other, and just build a stronger community. We also have an annual fall festival, which includes games, activities, and fun atmosphere for students and families. Several of our clubs participated in the fall festival. For an example, our National Honor Society held a hot chocolate fundraiser, which was very successful. It was a great way for students to support their club and interact with the community while contributing to the event. Recently, we had an amazing skate night where many of our online students came together in person. It was great seeing classmates meet face-to-face and enjoy time together outside of a computer screen. Nevada Learning Academy has many clubs that allow students to explore self-interest and make new friends. Most are like traditional high school clubs, such as National Honor Society, ASL Club, and many more. We also have clubs that are unique to NVLA, like Best Buddies, which help students build friendships and feel included. Our gaming club, where students play and compete in online games together. Our photography club, where students love to share their photography and be creative. These clubs give students a fun way to connect and flourish outside of a school. As secretary in both National Honor Society and Student Council has helped me grow independently. National Honor Society has allowed me to learn the importance of service, responsibility, and giving back to my school's community. Through Student Council, I've developed leadership skills, communication skills, and confidence by helping plan events and represent students' voices. These opportunities have helped me stay motivated, build strong habits, and prepare for my college career and becoming a doctor. Because of the support and opportunities Nevada Learning Academy has given me, I am proud to share that I will be attending UNLV in the fall of 2026. Overall, my school is doing a great job creating spaces where students can participate, feel included, and make educational memories I am proud to represent Nevada Learning Academy in the amazing work we accomplish. Thank you for your time.
Great job, Jernaya. And I want to acknowledge that Jernaya's father, Gerald Brown, is here tonight to support her, as is her principal, Michael Martin. Thank you very much.
Trustee Satori.
Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciated hearing from you both. I know it's kind of, nervous that, speaking in front of so many people. You did a wonderful job. It was great to hear about the things that are going on in your campus. And at Clark, there's so many longstanding traditions and things that are, accomplishments that have taken place. It's awesome to hear so many great things. In VLA, I wasn't completely familiar with a lot of the clubs and activities, so I was really excited to learn more about the things. And I'm glad to hear you have such opportunities for leadership and connection and clubs and everything and student council. So it was fantastic. Appreciate you being here. Thank you to our parents and our principals as well. Thanks for supporting and thanks for taking your time.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Estraffigan.
So ditto, excuse me, ditto to what Trustee Satori thinks. Oops.
Ditto. But I do have a question, Celine. I love that in your description, there's a mention of you created an AI reading app that was recognized by the U.S. House of Representatives. Would you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, of course, absolutely. So I started a nonprofit my sophomore year called Read Up Youth, and we work really closely with communities in schools, after-school all-stars, specifically on the goal of enhancing literacy across Clark County School District as well as Nevada as an entirety, just because we've seen that there has been a large decrease in reading, especially in third graders and fourth graders, and as it is the foundation for all knowledge, we view it as extremely important. And we ended up finding that although a lot of students, we donated books, what they really needed to do it was access to a resource where they could continue to learn to read and to test themselves so that we could test their comprehension, especially the kids we worked with at Head Start who came from more low-income backgrounds. So as a result, I worked with my team and we ended up developing an AI app, and it was recognized by Representative Susie Lee for the Congressional App Challenge. And we're really excited because the Head Start kids really love using it, and we really love when we see their little eager faces get excited to read.
I cannot follow that. So thank you. Our future is in good hands.
Thank you. Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. You both epitomize what we stand for, what we believe in. When you try, when you put in the effort, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from, you will succeed. So congratulations to both of you. I did have one question for Celine. What led you to develop this app? Was there something you noticed missing, that an area overlooked?
A big reason as to why we specifically developed the app is that we noticed a big mission of our nonprofit was donating books to students who didn't have access. But a bigger part of this reading comprehension issue is how do we make reading fun for kids? Because a lot of the kids we would work with said, oh, we don't want to read. Oh, we just want to watch our TikTok or our Instagram reels. We don't really want to focus on reading. And what we realized is that reading wasn't fun for them. And so what our AI app specifically did to help solve that issue is we focused on student interests. So students would input their interests, and this would be like a photo that they could drag in and click. So for example, if a kid was really interested in cooking or monsters, they could drag in those two photos, and then it would essentially release a passage of about 100 to 200 words, depending on their reading level, which they would also input. And then after that, they would be able to read a passage that they were actually genuinely interested in. And then another aspect of this is we wanted to test reading comprehension, because we saw that a lot of kids were able to read, but the issue is when we tested them afterwards about their reading comprehension of the passage, they often didn't quite understand the passage to its full entirety. So we wanted to gamify that concept using artificial intelligence. So at the end of every single passage, they get a list of around 5 questions related to that passage to really make sure they're not only being able to read, but really to understand the content that they're reading.
Wow, thank you for that. Sounds amazing. And I did have a question for Janaya. What inspired you to become a doctor, to want to be a doctor?
What inspired me to become a doctor is because the feeling of helping others and feeling a part of that help is a good feeling. And nonetheless, that my family members are also in the health industry. And so, yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you. Students, we are not lying when we say that this is our favorite part of the school board meeting. I just want to say that I could not help noticing that when both of you were presenting, that many of your comments about your clubs and the different activities had to do with giving back to the community. And that really, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only trustee here that really makes us happy. So I wonder if you would just briefly tell us, how has giving back to the community or doing any of these activities actually enriched your high school experience? And I don't care who goes first, either one. Janaya? I think she nominated you.
The feeling is good. We have a K through 12 school. And so seeing the little kids come out and enjoy like an in-school experience at our festivals, our skate nights, and other events that we have. And then for our middle school kids, we have other events for them as well. And that we try to incorporate them with the older kids just because they like that. And then for our high school students, we also have our senior-only nights, like senior sunrise, senior movie night. Those were big things that we did and that they really enjoyed.
I'm really lucky to go to Clark High School because Clark just really emphasizes community involvement and giving back to our community. Our student council is always hosting different drives. All of our clubs are super involved in our community. And I'm really grateful because it has really shaped my perspective on what impact we can leave on our community, that it's not just about us, but what we can do to help others. And so with that Clark mindset, I hope to continue to help my community in the future. And I know many other students agree with that as well.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Trustee Henry.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. Everything has been said, but I just want to make sure that you know that I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate you for your service and your confidence. So thank you. And also to the fathers, because there's oftentimes that we hear that fathers are not involved, and sitting before us is two very engaged fathers, and we truly appreciate your presence. It shows.
Thank you. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I love working with the Clark High School principal. I have seen her evolve, and I'm just so proud of you. Thank you. My question is for Ms. Brown. So you picked UNLV, and I'm so excited because Southern Nevada is positioning in itself to attract many bioscience, healthcare companies to this region. And so I'm excited for you that you picked UNLV because we're on the cusp of transforming this region and that industry. So it's not a question, but for you, Ms. Chang, where have you decided to do after high school?
So right now, I hope to pursue a career in public service as well as going to the law field, hopefully getting to focus more on educational equity because that's an issue I'm really passionate about. And recently I got accepted into Yale University, which is really exciting. So I'm hoping to go to university and then pursue my plans afterwards there.
Just to wrap up, because yes, everything has been said, but if I can reiterate even more is this is what gets us excited about every single day is seeing you students doing what you're doing and changing the world. And as Trustee Esparza-Straff again said, I think our future's in pretty good hands. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for all of the work that you're doing. Okay, before I move on to our consent agenda information, I do need to make a statement. Any message or statement displayed on a trustee's clothing reflects their personal views and does not represent the official position of the Board of Trustees. Only actions or decisions formally adopted by the board in a duly noticed public meeting constitute the board's official stance. Thank you. All right, before we open consent agenda, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? The yellow card. Or maybe if you have it, you need to turn it in to this lovely lady up here. Thank you. All right, do I have, wait a minute. Yes, public speakers. Do we have any for this, for consent?
No, here's the problem. He wants to public comment on every single action item. So I don't know if he really has something to say about the consent agenda.
Okay, all right. Okay, we do have one public speaker for the consent agenda, so Matthew Winterhawk. You're going to wait till the end? Okay, thank you. All right, do I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Trustee Biasotti.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt consent agenda.
Do I have a second? Trustee Bustamante Adams.
I second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Cast your votes. Motion passes. Now we're going to move on. We're going to move on, and Trustee Dominguez, please read the warrants.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to ratify the warrants as listed in the bills payable transmittal and board memorandum number 11, 25, 26 in the total amount of $186,061,588.11.
Awesome, thank you. As we open 4.01, just a quick reminder, if you have not filled out a yellow card, please do, and turn it into the ladies up front. All right, this is for possible action. This is a presentation on graduation rates. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Dustin Mansell, Chief Academic Officer. I am joined by Christopher Huffman, our Assistant Superintendent of the Assessment, Accountability, Research, and School Improvement Division, and Monica Martin, our Director of the Guidance and Counseling Department. Today, we are here to provide an update on the Clark County School District's 2024-2025 graduation rates. Graduation rates were first shared during the January 9th, 2020 regular board meeting. Additional updates were shared in 2022, 2023, and 2024, as outlined by the dates shown on the slide. So, Madam President, at this time, I'm going to hand over the presentation to Mr. Huffman and Mrs. Martin, who will provide the updates related to Clark County School District's graduation rates.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. For the record, Christopher Huffman. Four-year high school graduation rates are the highest in recent years for the Clark County School District. For the purpose of this presentation, the 2025 cohort includes all four-year high school graduates receiving a diploma prior to October 1st of 2025. As seen on this slide, the 2025 cohort had a four-year graduation rate of 86.6%, which was a 5.1 percentage point increase from the previous year. And they achieved a new seven-year high, exceeding the previously highest graduation rate of 85.8% in 2019. The slide also demonstrates increases in all 10 student groups from the previous year, with 6 of the 10 groups also achieving a seven-year high rate. Here we can see the results for the 2025 cohort in comparison to Clark County School District's 2024 cohort rates and the state of Nevada's 2025 cohort rates. Results are displayed for all student groups, including English learners, students eligible for special education, and Title I schools. The Nevada Department of Education does define English learners and students eligible for special education as any student that had the designation at any time during their 4 years of high school. This is important to note as this information includes students that may have exited their service during the 4 years of high school. Prior to the 2025 cohort, the gap in student group graduation rates over the last 7 years had remained stable over time, with gaps ranging from 28.5 to 23.4 percentage points. The gap for the 2025 cohort was determined between the highest graduating student group at 94.2% and the lowest graduating student group at 78.5%. This means that the gap for the 2025 cohort was 15.7 percentage points, which is 7.7 percentage points lower than the previous smallest gap. It's also noteworthy to recognize that the reduction of 7.7 percentage points occurred while all student groups increased their own individual rates by at least 2 percentage points, with 7 of the 10 student groups increasing graduation rates by at least 5 percentage points. In addition to the district's growth, when comparing CCSD's 2025 cohort to the state graduation rates, this slide shows that the district exceeded state averages in every student grouping. This is a refreshing change from the 2024 cohort rates, in which the state previously exceeded the district average, as well as 3 of the 10 student groups. In regards to the distribution of diplomas and diploma types, the 2025 cohort demonstrated several positive trends. The total number of diplomas distributed during the 2025 cohort was 23,448, an increase of 1,712 diplomas from the previous year. The distribution of diploma types also shifted, as shown by the shaded segments of each calendar year. The 2025 cohort saw an increase of over 1,000 college and career readiness diplomas from the previous year, representing 29.9% of the year's diploma distribution and an increase of 2.39 percentage points. Interestingly enough, advanced and standard diploma distribution decreased by nearly the same amount, a combined 2.48 percentage points. The advanced diploma amount increased by 44, while the standard diploma, the district's most largely distributed diploma type, increased by an additional 607 diplomas over the previous year. Finally, the alternative diploma distribution for the class of 2025 was 112 diplomas, totaling 50 more diplomas and demonstrating a 0.2 percentage point increase from the prior year.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Monica Martin. This slide summarizes the credit requirements for the diploma options that were available to the cohort of 2025. As graduation requirements change for individual cohorts, these requirements are specific to the cohort of 2025. Reading the chart from left to right, the alternative diploma is available for students with significant cognitive disabilities who participate in the Nevada alternate assessments. The alternative diploma requires students to earn 23 credits in various credit categories. The standard diploma requires students to earn 23 credits in various credit categories. The advanced diploma requires students to earn 24 credits in various credit categories and obtain a minimum 3.25 unweighted GPA. Beginning with the cohort of 2026, as outlined in Regulation 5127 high school graduation requirements and in alignment with Nevada revised statute, the advanced diploma may be awarded to students who meet the credit requirements and earn either a 3.25 weighted or unweighted grade point average. The College and Career Ready diploma on the far right-hand side of the chart is by far the most rigorous of the diplomas that a student can earn. The College and Career Ready diploma requires students to earn 24 credits in various credit categories, and the additional requirements, which are found on the far right-hand side of the slide. At least one of the math credits are in a course of Algebra 2 or higher, a grade point average of 3.25 weighted, proficiency in 2 languages. That proficiency can be demonstrated by earning the seal of biliteracy or through an AP exam with a score of 4 or 5. Or 2 credits in advanced placement, international baccalaureate, dual enrollment, a CTE program of study, work-based learning, or a world language. And finally, that the student earns either a college endorsement with ACT scores of 22 in math and 18 in English, or a career endorsement with an industry-recognized credential, participation in the ASVAB, and participating in the ACT WorkKeys assessment. Factors contributing to the improved graduation rates include academic planning with students, specifically school counselors meeting with secondary students, enrollment in advanced coursework, including advanced placement, international baccalaureate, honors, and dual enrollment courses, the use of high-quality, standards-based Tier 1 instructional materials, resulting in improved Tier 1 curriculum and instruction, and incorporating career and technical education pathways aligned to industry demands. Moving forward, our plans for continuous improvement include staying the course on Tier 1 instruction, continuing to elevate and enhance our Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction, including focused support through our English learner instructional pathways and special education supports, continuing to improve daily attendance, enhancing family engagement opportunities, continuing to strengthen the multi-tiered system of supports, specifically including social emotional learning and wraparound services, developing workforce readiness and post-secondary planning with students, having coursework aligned to those post-secondary plans, continuing to offer targeted supports for school leaders on master scheduling, and continuing to provide summer learning opportunities for students, which include district-wide offerings and acceleration learning.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Dustin Mansell. Thank you for this opportunity to share the updates related to Clark County School District's graduation rates. And at this time, we'll pause and take questions from the board.
Trustee Johnson.
I'm never fast on the draw. It feels like I won Jeopardy tonight. I was able to get there first. I really appreciate the really robust report on providing us like graduation rates. It's really helpful. A couple of notes before I have two questions. One, it was very helpful for me to hear about the individualized supports that students are receiving, like to be able to help move them through their journey. I thought that's a really innovative way to make sure kids are able to take control of their future, have an supportive adult along the way with them, and then you also incorporating families along the way. I think we've learned that that's actually the tripod actually helps make sure that students see that success. It was also really great to see that there was great movement among subgroups that previously had low graduation rate or lower graduation rates. So Native students, Black students, and then students with special needs all had some of the strongest percentage growth among the grad rates from year over year and then against the state. So that was really good to see. The two questions I have are, one, do we know which subgroups are earning the advanced and CCR diplomas? Those seem to be the most rigorous diplomas that we can offer, especially the CCR diploma. And do we have any data that provides any subgroups of who's earning those? And then the second question is, do we have any data around how our growth, which has been really strong, how it compares against our urban or large district peers, LA, Chicago, Miami, New York, et cetera, because us moving the needle here is hard work, and I know they also work really hard, but I want to make sure that we are able to see how we're comparing against their work.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Johnson. Chris Hoffman, for the record. With both of those pieces, I do not have that data here. However, that is something that we can definitely compile for the board, just to make sure that we have that information. One of the things that I will just kind of bring to light is that the diploma types may vary from state to state and from large district to large district. However, if you're asking for the overall graduation rates, that is something that we can definitely put together for you. Okay, great.
Vice President Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is on page 8 of 10. You talked about moving forward and ways to improve, and the bullet point regarding workforce readiness. What ideas do you guys have?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Bustamante Adams. I'm Monica Martin for the record. Specific to workforce readiness, it's outlined in the Core 4 Bridge Work document. This work really begins in middle school. So thinking about resources for middle school students in career exploration. In elementary school, the pattern here is exposure around careers. So we think about career fairs and different kind of job fairs for students to be exposed to. In middle school, this is very much exploration. So they're really starting to learn themselves with career interests, self-inventories, and exploring different careers. And then in high school, this becomes very experiential. So we're trying to think about work-based learning, having a job, and experiencing different types of industries. So specific to developing workforce readiness, this would start in middle school as outlined in the Core 4 Bridge Work document. You're welcome.
Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. The only question I have is, and I do miss this about the presentations where it says lessons learned, because it gives us an idea of what, through this process, what we've learned and how to get there. So kind of putting that out there, we can talk a little bit of what you learned through this situation and then some other outcomes from those lessons learned, because it used to be a pattern, and I really enjoyed watching that as a visual learner.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan. It was a
For
question.
clarification, do we have any lessons learned
I was like,
from this process?
Trustee Zamora, thank you for the question. Monica Martin for the record. I think if I were considering lessons learned from the counseling perspective, I think about the different diploma types and trying to learn what prohibits students from a college and career-ready diploma as opposed to an advanced or standard. So school counselors are well-versed in sitting with students and navigating which courses they're going to choose, but often I reflect on like what might be prohibiting students from actually achieving the highest of the diploma. So it's just something I reflect on.
And Trustee Zamora, and I do apologize. I thought you wanted us to bring that back into our future presentations, but thank you. I think there are lessons learned everywhere. I know that our English Language Learner Division has worked diligently over the last couple of years to build out English language pathways, specifically for newcomers and LTELs. As we see students progress throughout the grade levels from elementary, middle, into high school, there are more students that are qualifying as long-term English learners. So building out specific courses that are double blocked with English to help language proficiency, knowing that as we provide supports in both acquiring English as a second, third, or fourth language, along with understanding the content will help students prepare for graduation. Same with our supports within special education. There has been a lot of collaboration between the Student Services Division and the Curriculum and Instruction Division to ensure that all students, even those within self-contained programs, have access to high-quality Tier 1 instructional materials, and to ensure that special education teachers have those opportunities to collaboratively plan with general education teachers so that they are purposefully planning for the students in front of them every single day. So there are areas within Curriculum and Instruction, Student Services Division, English Language Learner Division, even our additional supports through the College Career Readiness and School Choice Division, where Gia Moore, our Assistant Superintendent, meets with each principal every year at a high school and really purposefully plans around their master's schedule to ensure that advanced level coursework are being offered. And it's very focused within the CTE pathways that we're really expanding AP opportunities and dual enrollment opportunities with our higher education institutions. So it really is multi-leveled, pronged across all divisions and departments, working alongside our principals, as Ms. Martin had mentioned, the parents, the students, making sure that we are intentional around the courses that they are selecting, really listening to what their future goals are within beyond high school, and ensuring that we are setting them up for success, of course.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan.
Esparza-Straffigan. Okay. Chris, welcome. I think you've been on the job for, what, less than a few months? So I think it's appropriate because I want to echo Trustee Zamora's request. So I had the opportunity to watch the Department of Ed's graduation presentation. And what I really appreciated was the way that they formatted their presentation. I know, Chris, you know, I'm a data person. So what I think we need going forward as we develop our strategic plan is a lot more data than what was shared today. You inherited the template, and I know we're going to be talking about that in the future. So one of the things I just want to bring out is when they shared the data, they went so deep to talk about like CTE, completers. They talked about the FRLs. They talked about specifically that we have the IEPs, the ELs. They even went to the description of unhoused, a population of our students. They even did foster identification, and they also did military connected. So I just think, for me, I really think getting down to that piece of our data would be valuable for our community and for us to be informed about it. And as we're going forward and looking at new formats and adding a little bit more robust pieces. You answered my ELL. Thank you, Dr. Mansell, on that. I was going to ask you about the supports and what's being done different. I have two questions. First one is, we talked about special education. Do we know and are we tracking the amount of standard diplomas that our special needs students are acquiring? And over time, have we tracked that?
Thank you for the question, Trustee. As far as the Stoffergen. Chris Hoffman for the record. So we are tracking that. We are able to pull the information. As Ms. Martin shared, students that are taking the alternative assessments do have access to the alternative diploma, pending the other requirements that are part of that. And then students that are not taking those alternative assessments are held to the standard diploma expectations. And so we do have that. However, to your point regarding additional data and digging in a little bit deeper, that is something that we will definitely bring forward in the future.
And maybe our counselor, thank you for that response. That's helpful that we are tracking. Can you explain to us why that's important for our students and with ability that they acquire a standard diploma?
Yes, absolutely. Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen, thank you for the question. Monica Martin for the record. Students who qualify for special education services typically receive one of 3 diplomas, I might say. There could be a standard or advanced or a CCR diploma that we saw tonight. There might be the alternative diploma, which was created by the state to match that of the standard diploma, except they don't take the ACT, they take the NAW assessment. Or a student might earn an adjusted diploma. This means that they met the needs of their IEP, but according to the state, they are not counted in this data as a graduate. That has very different outcomes for what happens to them after they graduate high school, specifically to PACE and POST programs. So students that earn a standard diploma are considered a graduate and might not have the same opportunities as those who earn an adjusted diploma. So an adjusted diploma wouldn't be reflected as a graduate in this data. However, it might be best for the student in their long-term plan of what they want to do after high school.
Thank you. I'll go back in the queue. Thank you for that.
Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm hardened with these statistics here, right? Sorry about that. But kind of like what Trustee Ramona Esparza-Stoffergen had mentioned, there's a couple of things here that they don't get reflected, I guess, in the raw numbers. I myself, I am all about education reform. You know, we're still planning a school year based on the age of agriculture. We're still, moving children along, kind of like based upon, the age of industry, right? We're well beyond that. We're on to a whole different age, right? And so I've always seen that as we go forward, we have a new melding of different ideas. I mean, there's no reason why, hey, if kids in Cuba can go ahead and be in medical school when they're 15, 16 years old, I can't see why our kids, couldn't be unleashed upon, our educational system to take their rightful place. We have someone here who's writing programs, and she's only going to Yale. I can't see why we couldn't get her into some, really high-octane program that's going to She might be coming up with a software to predict cancer rates in people, right? So anyhow, I'm always again, after 30 years, I'm still never amazed by what our students can do. But I guess where I'm going to my question, as we meld things, one thing that's been a big success for us has been the dual credit partnerships that we're having, like for instance, with CSN and with Nevada State College. And I remember my former boss, Darlene Delgado, she was graduating kids from her school who were like 2 and 3 credits short of an associate's degree, which is incredible, right? And of course, for any parent who's listening here, if you don't have your kids in the dual credit program, you're missing the boat, because that's like almost like free money here, right? Try paying for the college education. CCSD will help you pay for it if you get your kids in early enough, right? Anyhow, the statistics really don't flesh that out. But maybe you can speak a little bit, even if it's a colloquial kind of thing here, as to how this dual credit program is affecting, because I would have to think that many of the kids who are in these programs, they must be achieving a graduation at a slightly higher rate than the kids who are not in the programs?
Trustee Barone, I appreciate that question, and I am having Gia Moore, our Assistant Superintendent of the College Career Readiness School Choice Division, who leads our dual enrollment programs here in Clark County, so I will have her speak to that.
I kind of like had her in mind, you know, we were former colleagues, right? So I said, I didn't want to actually like just, you know, put her on the spot, but you did, so that's cool.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Gia Moore for the record. Thanks for the question, Trustee Barone. So I think what you're asking is access to college-level coursework, advanced coursework as a means to kind of getting their foot in the door post-graduation.
Encourage them in and push them out the door onto a bright future.
Right. So as part of our work for the last 4 years, and as mentioned in this presentation, we've been doing some real strategic work. I call it almost like a forensic analysis of data at our high schools, as well as a forensic analysis of their master schedule. The master schedule is really the heartbeat of a school. You can tell a lot about the priorities of a school by taking a look at the master schedule. And so in those meetings with the principals, we look at multiple data points. We look at access to advanced level coursework, which includes AP, IB, dual enrollment. We look at who's enrolled in those courses. We look at how many courses those students are taking. But the one thing is that we want to make sure that every student that leaves the Clark County School District has had access to at least one of those courses. One of the things, as an example, we really push is math. Math tends to be a real gatekeeper for students once they get to college. So if a student, as an example, is a Math 120, and they can take that with us with one of our amazing dual enrollment partners, their likelihood of continuing on in a degree pathway is exponentially higher than if they didn't. The same thing, if they've just had one AP course, the data shows us that their chances of moving on post-graduation to college and career are exponentially higher. But we dig a little bit more into that. And so one of the things, and you'll hear from me soon, is that we're really taking a look at the course catalog. So when you're having conversations with students, and I heard from students this evening, I want to be a doctor. I guarantee you in that student's schedule, they had chemistry, they had higher level math. What we don't want is a student to have that dream and then we didn't give them that exposure to that coursework prior to graduation. So I'm just giving you some examples of ways that we can kind of mitigate any roadblocks when a student graduates, and so that they can continue along with that pathway. But we've got to do a really good job at making sure that they have access to that coursework so the door isn't closed prior to when they leave. And then we're also giving them that experiential learning starting as early as elementary school, but really in middle school, so they actually know once they get to high school what those pathways entail. What is it about? A lot of our students can't visualize what advanced manufacturing is or those things. So we're bringing them to our business partners so they can start to visualize all these amazing options that are in the world and start to envision what their life might be post-graduation for jobs that don't exist yet. So really just trying to make sure that no doors are closed for our students once they graduate.
And Madam President, if you would indulge me just a slight follow-on. And I guess you did mention ELL. If I remember correctly, when I was still teaching at Rancho High School, I do remember I had ELL students who were also sometimes actually involved in AP and the dual credit programs. Do you have any, even like off the top of your head, stats on those? Because again, you know, many people expect these students to be, you know, other than high performing, but we know that they're quite intelligent. They're just learning a new language. Maybe you could speak a little bit to that.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Barone. So I don't have any data offhand in terms of ELL students specifically, but here's what I will say is that when we were embarking upon making sure we were expanding dual enrollment specifically for our students in the Clark County School District, we were prioritizing students that were first-generation college-going students. So the first in their families to go to college, we wanted to make sure that they had exposure and the opportunity as well as the supports to be able to do that. And obviously a number of those students are ELL students. But I don't have that data with you, but that has been a priority in that expansion, and we've grown, I want to say our expansion has been over 1,000%, in the last 4 years. And so that is really kind of prioritizing making sure that the students that wouldn't have otherwise had the opportunity now have that. And that's the expectation that we have of our higher ed partners as well, is that they're engaging with our students that wouldn't have had that opportunity, along with those supports and services, such as filling out a FAFSA. We just did a parent workshop recently for our middle school parents. So we were giving them a toolkit so they can have good conversations with their middle schoolers and know what all these options are in high school. So they're not just finding out from their child when they bring home a flyer at the bottom of their backpack. So really trying to find ways where we can mitigate any sort of knowledge gap to make sure that our students aren't missing out on opportunities.
I'm very excited. That's good educational policy. Congratulations.
Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. It's great to see increases across all groups. But regarding requirements, I understand that MAP testing is used to assess growth and progress, but because we want to see proficiency rates rise along with graduation rates for standard diplomas, is there an assessment administered during senior year that is factored into graduation requirements?
Trustee Biasotti, thank you for the question. Monica Martin for the record. The only testing requirement that is required for all diplomas is the ACT plus writing. That's from the Nevada Department of Education. That's a participation requirement, minus, of course, the alternative diploma. They take the NA assessment. But for the standard, the advanced, and the college and career ready, they are required to participate in the ACT plus writing in their junior year.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza Stoffergen.
I'll defer to trustees that have not had an opportunity.
Then that would go to Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Trustee. My question was more for the work readiness and making sure our students are ready when they graduate in high school here. And I got the privilege of going to 11 graduations last year, and that was, and I had 3 in prison. So I was very astounded by just the work that goes into graduation and then all of the accreditations that the kids are receiving. I would love to hear more about the work readiness and how we're connecting them to real jobs and getting them really ready.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Dominguez. I am going to next month be providing you with an update to advanced level coursework with advanced placement, dual enrollment, CTE. And so I'll go into a lot more detail with that. But in terms of workforce readiness, we have a great opportunity now. So a few years back, we transitioned from 3-year CTE pathways to 2-year CTE pathways. And what that really did was it gave us the opportunity to really build them out to be more 4-year pathways. So a student completes years 1 and 2, and then the options are they can have a work-based learning opportunity where they're out in industry, they're putting their skill sets to work. They can take dual enrollment coursework, which a lot of our students are taking advantage of. So they're already getting a head start prior to graduation with that coursework. We give a number of industry recognized credentials. So for example, students can become a certified nursing assistant prior to graduation. There's hundreds of them. So we're making sure that they at least have those opportunities as well. So regardless of whether or not they decide to pursue that post-graduation, they have a skill set that's allowing for them to be employable while they decide what that journey is going to be.
Trustee Esparza Stoffergen.
Thank you. I just want to celebrate our teachers, our administrators, our support staff, because this is a big shift, and you, Gia Moore, for having conversations decades ago to get to this space. My question is, I recall my former life, sometimes students don't want to take advanced coursework. I remember a specific young woman that fought me, and I had to convince the parent. I had to bring the parent in because the student went to the counselor, the student's out of, and I'm not using names, but this is a real story, and convinced the counselor to remove them from the course. So once I found out, I made sure that that conversation happened with the parent to say, we need her in the class. It was the difference between her getting an advanced diploma and not. So enhancing family engagement, I want to know how are we really making sure that parents understand the different diploma types, the opportunities, the access to scholarship money, the access to opening doors for whatever pathway a student is going to choose. I just remember that one story out of 1,000 in that situation. What are we doing to really tap in and inform our parents?
Trustee Esparza dropping in. Thank you for the question, Monica Martin. It's a great question. It really does, as you alluded to, come down to the counselor, student, parent, sometimes administrator conversation at both the individual micro level and then at a macro level. So macroly speaking, the district produces a graduation brochure that is put out to all students and families, and most of them are posted on school websites. It's a standard. The Nevada Department of Ed makes a state brochure, and then the district makes a smaller version, so our students have at the ready all the different diploma types and the requirements for that. The conversations around whether or not to drop a class and stay in a class are so multifaceted. I think about students who maybe want to drop a 4th year of their science class, and the educator in us says, no, but science is great, we should stay, but we need a 3.25 GPA for the Millennium Scholarship, and that's a $10,000 decision to stay in a course that we may or may not be so great at, and then we have to discuss with parents, should we stay in this course? We want a 4th year of science, but what about all the other extenuating circumstances? And generally it does start in the counselor's office. That's where the student goes. And then the counselor asks all these peripheral questions, involves a parent when we're making decisions that are going to impact diploma type, gown color, graduation status, Millennium Scholarship, college admissions, and really having a good idea of what that post-secondary plan is. So for students who are Ivy League bound, like we heard tonight, and accepted to Yale, that might be a different answer than a student that's not planning to attend college and going straight to workforce afterwards. But you have to know all of that about the student, and this is what school counselors are trained to do and do on the daily, and do well.
Trustee Johnson.
Thank you for asking that question, Trustee Esparza, because it segues well to the thought I had. Part of how a student might finish or what they might do along the journey depends on where they start in the race. And so, like, I was a track runner. I used to love being in lane 1, right, being on the inside, right? And so thinking about a CCR diploma, which is the highest diploma we can get, what is the way that we position a 9th grader to make sure they're already on that track and they have to opt out of that? I know I understand that there was like state regulation that effectively said every 9th grader had, at least I thought there was regulation that, but maybe you can explain more clearly to this person who's bumbling through it.
Yes, no, Trustee Johnson, you're absolutely right. Thank you for the question. There is state legislation that says that students, all freshmen, are enrolled in the College and Career Ready Diploma. We do that centrally. That's not left up to the individual counselor to pick and choose. As a central, again, macro kind of system, our offices centrally assign every student to the College and Career Ready Diploma. So from the jump, right out of the gate, they are working towards that diploma. And counselors will kind of toggle back and forth between, okay, a challenge on the CCR diploma is the grade point average. Mm-hmm. It's a 3.25. Mm-hmm. So if we're in all of the right courses and we're doing everything correctly, but maybe we don't have the grade point average that we need, it's not usually until end of junior year, beginning of senior year, that we might have to say, oh, okay, I don't know that the College and Career Ready Diploma, although we've planned for it, we haven't met those requirements. And so we definitely plan, like you say, what is the starting point for everyone to have the College and Career Ready Diploma? It is the most rigorous and prepares students, I believe, for both college and or career with all of the different requirements and compound requirements and industry credentials. So we definitely start that way.
If in fact the split factor is like the weighted GPA, the 3.25 would separate most from being able to earn that, do students have to come in and say, you know what, I'm going to opt out, or is it like what's the mechanism at that point? Once you're at your junior year, you might recognize that I might not have the academic grades today, but like, is there a way to stay on it and be like, I'm still going to push forward, or do they have to, or does the counselor what does that conversation look like? I guess maybe is a better question.
Sure, it's a great question. It's not as simple as just opting out and changing our mind. It's very fluid. You can stay on the college and career ready diploma until the day before you graduate, but at the end of the day, you've earned enough to earn the standard diploma. So a student who says, no, I insist on the CCR, I must have it, but at the very, very end, they could have done all of the coursework, but maybe not met all of the requirements, but they've earned a standard diploma. They're going to graduate, but we certainly want them to stay there. So it's not you opted out and now you're on the standard and we just stay that way for the rest of the next year and a half or so through senior year. It's truly a very fluid, I keep going like this because it's in the computer. It's a drop down where we just change, like, oh, if you were on CCR, what would that look like? Oh, okay, what does advanced look like? Oh, okay. And then we leave it on CCR until the next time the student comes back.
That is super helpful. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
Trustee Henry.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all so much for the presentation. I had a question regarding APEX courses. APEX courses and, its impact on our graduation rates. Do you all have any data on how many students take APEX courses to complete their required graduation credits, if that makes sense?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Henry. Chris Hoffman for the record. So we have access to that information. I just do not have that with me tonight because we were looking at the more umbrella topics, but looking at students that have taken APEX courses in order to meet those requirements is something that we can look into.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Trustee Satori.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation. It is really exciting to see these numbers going up, and thank you for all of the hard work. I know the counseling is such a huge part of the guidance they receive and such, so which is kind of along with my question as well, that 13 to 14% that did not graduate in the 4 years, what kind of data or feedback do we have on the factors that cause them not to graduate, or if they graduate in their 5th year, how many, in the different, what kind of data do we have possibly there?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Satori. Chris Hoffman again for the record. So we do also track a 5-year graduation rate. That is always a lagging measure because obviously we're adding another year. And so we do have access to that, and that is something that we validate with the State Department every year to look at those numbers. And then above and beyond that, we do still have some students that enroll in adult education and go beyond that 5th year. Beyond those pieces, the tracking that we have is with the adult education, but looking into post-secondary or what they do at that point, it is truly, do we have the graduation information for those individuals?
Thank you. It looks like that concludes our discussion. We do have 2 individuals for public comment, so thank you for the presentation. It's amazing. For public comment, we have Kimberly Johnson-Lindsay.
Hi, Kimmy Johnston-Lindsay. Thank you, guys. Looking over the graph, I would like to see the information broke down a little bit differently. I'm so excited to see an 8.9% increase in the demographics of our African-American students graduating, and I love that. That's wonderful. But I think that we do better to see where they are in the city versus just racially the segregation of it, because I did some research in it, and families that have a lot more support, it's not necessarily a racial thing. So I would like to see how we can support families to increase those graduation rates across the board versus just putting it all just race-based, if that makes sense. So that's all I had to say on that. Other than that, I was excited to see all those numbers go up. That's all.
Thank you, Kimberly. And then you're going to have to forgive me because I'm having a hard time here. I think it's Sorry, thank you.
I was writing really fast.
You sure were. All right, we'll go ahead and start your time. Thank you.
So Trustee Johnson's pointed out on that slide 4 shows the increase of higher grad rates across, that has increased over all racial groups. Hopefully we don't continue to just look through the lens of race, is what I think has already been said. Every student should obviously graduate knowing how to read and write and function with real-world math. that are essential skills necessary to any workforce. Based on the discussion, though, CCSD does have guardrails for all students to have equal access to education, which the data in this presentation seems to support. So I just wanted to say that that was a positive thing. The second one was, as a school counselor, I've been in counseling for a very long time. I'm going to agree to disagree when it comes to special education planning, when it comes to, especially in math curriculum. The only reason that I'm going to bring this up is because it was brought up with grad rates. Students that are actually resource get Math 1 and Math 2. The problem that every year, there's a problem that comes up with what are we going to do with our junior and senior students who have resource classes. They are entitled to get those 4 years because they are entitled to earn a standard diploma. They are entitled to get the 3 years, and the flex credit does not mean it's flexible. It means you have to have 4 years of math, 4 years of science, or higher history or whatever. What happens is we continue to discontinue junior and senior special ed resource math classes. Those numbers get moved. We don't have numbers for kids to put into those courses. Where do those kids go? It makes me angry every year when we do the master scheduling, when I am going and they're advocating as an education, as a counselor for special education, when I'm like, where's the 4 years of math for my resource students? And I don't have them. So I will agree to disagree that we are doing better when it comes to allowing these kids to graduate, but I do not believe the math is actually where it should be. I would like to know, where is the junior and senior math for these kids to earn those standard diplomas or those CCR diplomas or wherever you're going with it, because they're entitled to the same equity when it comes to education. So that is my point about special education. Hopefully we can address that big issue. Thank you.
Oh, can you please state your name for the record?
Sorry, Tanya Atterbury for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment for 4.01. Do I have a motion to approve this presentation? Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to accept the graduation reports in alignment with the 2025-2026 annual board report schedule.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to second.
Thank you. Cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you guys so much. All right, moving on. We are now moving on to item 5.01. This is the time and place that was published on January 8th, 2026, to conduct a public hearing on discussion of and possible action on approval of the 2026 B medium-term bond authorization resolution, authorizing the sale and issuance of medium-term obligations in the amount of $45,500,000 in order to finance all or a portion of the cost of acquiring, improving, and equipping school facilities, including transportation vehicles and technology equipment and facilities. Authorization for the superintendent or the chief financial officer to specify the terms of the bonds, and for the president and clerk of the Board of School Trustees to sign the necessary documents is recommended. Before we hear the presentation, I just want to remind everyone, if you'd like to fill out a speaker's card on this item, please do, and hand it to these lovely ladies up front. The floor is yours.
Thank you, trustees. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Justin Dayhoff, Chief Financial Officer for the record. The 2026B resolution is for the board to approve the medium-term bonds in the amount of $45.5 million. Medium-term bonds are used to purchase buses, White Fleet vehicles, and technology equipment. This purchase specifically will not include White Fleet. You'll remember that we had this hearing at the last meeting on January 8th due to these bonds using tax revenue for payment. It comes from local room tax and real property tax revenues. This evening is the second hearing and resolution for approval. With that, trustees, that concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you. All right, we'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Dayhoff. My question was regarding the coding that's going to be created and how it's going to be used statewide.
Thank you for the question, trustee. So for this item, no coding or anything. This is just the issuance of our 2026B bonds.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee.
Trustee Cavazos.
I didn't see anybody else in the queue, so I was ready to make a motion to accept 5.01. Public hearing and approval of the 2026B medium-term bond authorization resolution.
I will ask for a second. Trustee Johnson.
I will second.
We have a second. Cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, moving on. Yes, I know. We are, yes, stay there. We are now at 5.02, resolution to amend the establishment of special revenue funds. Before I open item 5.02, is there anyone did not get a chance to do a public speaker card? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and the floor is yours, Mr. Dayhoff.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. Again, Justin Dayhoff, Chief Financial Officer for the record. The Clark County School District is authorized to establish the Special Revenue Fund to account for the sources and uses of fines assessed and collected associated with CCSD PD issued citations. This resolution proposes to amend the establishment of the Special Revenue Funds to include this fund. Also, this authorization allows us to file that resolution with the Nevada Department of Taxation as required by Nevada Revised Statutes NRS 354.612. And that constitutes this presentation as well, trustees.
Thank you, Mr. Dayhoff. It's time for discussion, trustees. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Dayhoff, if I'm understanding you correctly on this, basically this is what we would call a proactive move.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Cavazos. I would equate this to the district just being able to open a bank account with $0 balance. In order to do so, we have to notify the Department of Taxation and then the Nevada Department of Education to create that statewide item in the chart of accounts for our future use.
Okay, so this isn't for any specific thing, but just to have those funds ready and available.
Yes, trustee. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Esparza Stoffergen.
Thank you. And if I'm off or out of order, the lawyer will tell me. Because this is a new process for us, is this something potentially, now that it would be opened, could potentially come back to us?
Trustee, thank you so much for the question. So we are actually leveraging the same process that we use anytime we've needed to create a special revenue fund, so there's no difference to that end. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify. This is following that part and parcel, and I anticipate in the future, as accounting needs and requirements evolve, we may need to come back for additional requests for other special revenue funds unrelated to other parts of the district as well.
Thank you for that clarification.
Trustee Barone.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I just had one quick thought. Once this is established, what unit or fund will this be actually administered under? I ask because, of course, in the future, that will tell us, how we can actually, if and when we begin to realize, well, I hate to say this, but once people begin to break the law and try to go around buses and they get this thing in the mail and they have to pay, under what fund or unit will that be used to actually address funding issues for the school district?
Trustee Barone, thank you for the question. The establishment of this fund is truly for a wide variety of revenue for CCSDPD issued citations. It is not limited to a specific infraction. Our CCSDPD issue many different types of infractions. And the authorizing statute under NRS provides a likewise wide array of uses of those funds. They govern the responsibility and allowable uses like safety, training, et cetera. So there are a wide array of uses. This would conform directly to the language and allowable uses that are articulated in NRS.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Madam President, if you're ready to entertain a motion, I would love to make one.
Seeing as there's nobody else in the queue and we have nobody signed up for public comment, I will ask for a second. Trustee Biasotti?
I will second the motion.
Okay, cast your votes.
Oh, well, and my motion was to accept the resolution to amend the establishment of the Special Revenue Fund.
I apologize. Thank you for clarifying. Trustee Biasotti?
I second that motion.
Okay, great, thanks. Cast your votes. Awesome, motion passes. Thank you. All right, moving on. We are now at item 5.03, public hearing on the possible approval of the new 2025 to 2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Police Officers Association of the Clark County School District. This is the time and place to conduct a public hearing on discussion of and possible action on the approval of the 2025 to 2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Police Officers Association of the Clark County School District. I'd like to remind everybody, if you'd like to fill out a speaker's card, now is a good time to do that. And John, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam President, Trustees, Superintendent Ebert. For the record, John Okazaki, General Counsel. I am very happy to bring to you tonight another collective bargaining agreement proposal for your consideration and approval. This one is with our Police Officers Association of the Clark County School District. You have the reference materials. I will just summarize what the proposed agreed terms are. So this new revised, new negotiated agreement for 25-27 would modify 6 articles, as indicated in your reference materials. This is a summary of the revisions. Number 1, we would increase the compensation that officers receive for intermediate and advanced training certificates that they get from Post. They already get a stipend. We would be increasing each by 3%. Number 2, we would agree to continue provide for the normal step advancements that are in their negotiated agreement. Number 3, we were going to provide a 2.5% cost of living adjustments to their salary beginning on July 1st, 2026. So that would be for the 26-27 fiscal year. As a continuation of the supplemental compensation funded by SB 231, and there is a typo here in your reference materials. It says which is not funded. It should say which is now funded by SB 500. So to explain that one, in 2023, SB 231 provided us funds which we were supposed to use to supplement salaries for our bargaining units. POA was one of them. This provision continues that adjustment that was provided by SB 231, and it will be funded by SB 500, which is the replacement for SB 231. Number 4, we will continue to cover half of the health increase, but they will cover the other half. Their health premiums went up to 4% this year, so they will be responsible for their share of that, the 2%. If there's any changes in 26, we will negotiate who will be responsible for any increase at that time. Number 5 provides that for the July 1st, 2025 PERS rate increase, that we will use the in lieu of equivalent basic salary increase or cost of living increase option. What this means is that essentially we are providing them with a salary increase which they will be using to cover the increase in PERS. So it is a method in which that they don't have to see a reduction in their pay for the increase in PERS. We are giving them a salary increase in lieu of PERS contributions. Number 6, we're increasing their annual uniform allowance by $500. Number 7 simply updates the dates, the terms of the agreement. And lastly, like we've done for all of the other negotiated agreements this year, there's a provision that we will agree to continue to negotiate other terms. The purpose of this is primarily to avoid the whole MOU process and have these rogue documents out there. We want everything in the negotiated agreement. So anytime we agree to negotiate new terms, we will bring it to you just the way I'm bringing it to you tonight. And that is the revisions that are being proposed. You have the fiscal information in front of you. The value of these revisions is approximately 10.94% increase in their contract value, which is consistent with what we've done with all the other units, between 10 and 11%. And with that, I'll rest and answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Trustee Esparza-Stafford.
Thank you. I know that Mr. Okazaki, this is what number of our?
This is the 4th out of 5, so we're done with 4.
We're done with 4 out of 5. Yes. And so we definitely want to acknowledge the hard work of our officers, and it's been a process. One thing I wanted to ask is, can you clarify the equitable, I would say, conversations that have been had with each to make sure that that has been done? And you kind of alluded to it at the end, but would you remind us?
Yes, the direction that I had in negotiating these contracts from Superintendent Ebert and from the board is that we wanted to make sure that we were treating all of our bargaining units equitably. And we thought the best way to do that was to look not at individual terms and compensation packages, but to look at what is the increased value of their contract with us. We started off with CCA because they're our biggest one, and that's the one that we always try to address first, since it's a majority of our budget. But we got, with them, it was the 10 to 11% range. And so from that point forward, we told all of the bargaining units that that's where we want to stay, so that we can honestly say that we're treating all of our employees equitably.
Thank you. I just wanted that to kind of be put on record. I know there's still discussion, President, but I'd love to make a motion when it's time.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I was ready to second that motion, so I'll go ahead and just put that on the record. And I want to echo Trustee Esparza-Stafford's thanks to you, Mr. Okazaki, and your hardworking team, and also to echo the part about that we have very diverse bargaining units. They're all here for the same reason, though, for the benefit of our students, our educators, and our communities. So I just want to express gratitude for you always remembering the equity part of the bargaining work that you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to let the public know that during our 288 gatherings, the NRS 288 gatherings, we do ask a lot of questions. So this is, may appear that we may not have many on the dais, but there is a lot of discussion with Board Legal Counsel. My question, Mr. Okazaki, is the vacancy rate for our police officers. From what I understood, we were super close to 100%, if not 100%.
That is my understanding as well. When I inquired about that, we don't presently have any concern about filling vacancies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. One practical question. One, the $7 million will it be evenly split over 2 years, or is it going to be stagger split in terms of where the impact will be felt?
The $7 million is actually, I believe, and Chief Financial Officer can correct me, is an average of the 2 years.
Okay.
So what we do is we actually look at how much it's going to cost each year, because an increase in the second year would include an increase in the first year. So we take the entire package and then divide it by 2 to get an average annual increase in value.
Okay. And then that leads to the second part of the question, which is, I don't imagine we'll ever negotiate where we pay less, which means we're going to have to figure out a way outside of this to grow revenue. And we know that there are fewer students that are going to come to the district no matter what. Even if every student in Clark County decide to come, the birth rate is going down, so that revenue is going down. How can we start to figure out how to offset some of the increasing costs that this is going to have with the fact that there will be less revenue over time? And whether you can answer that, Mr. Okazaki, or if that's like a strategy question we need to start thinking about.
That obviously is a concern, but in all of the negotiated agreements, there's also a provision that the parties agree to continue to work jointly to secure funding for salaries. You can see there's some success there in like SB 231, SB 460, where there are, in SB 500, where they're actually dedicating funds to salaries and not part of the other funding components. So we're getting dedicated funding for salaries. We need more, and if the trend in enrollment continues, we're not going to be able to, fund increases unless we do get that dedicated funding.
Superintendent Ebert, did you have something to add?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And General Counsel Okazaki answered that exactly right. With the negotiated agreement, there are the opportunities always to renegotiate if something does happen. What I will tell you, though, is that, as noted earlier, we are 47th in the nation for funding education. So let's just start with that. So we still have a long way to go. What was wonderful in the presentation tonight is that 2 years ago, the legislature and the governor signed off on additional $2.6 billion. So you think about that, that $2.6 billion was added to education, and we're still 47th in the nation. It's roughly $5,000 more per student just to get to average. I don't know how many people strive for average. Not me. I don't strive for average. So all of us working together this next legislative session, when they talk about funding education and they want to see student outcomes, we proved that an investment in education, when they invested an additional $2.6 billion, we increased our graduation rate 5.1 percentage points. And we have amazing staff. We want to make sure they're compensated appropriately. And so that opportunity to continue to make sure that education in Nevada is funded as an investment for all of Southern Nevada is very important. And so we'll continue to work in that direction as well. Yes, the declining birth rates, we're keeping an eye on and adjusting as that moves forward as well.
Trustee Barone.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Counselor, I know you put a lot of hard work into negotiating this contract with our police officers union, and whenever, of course, I've been around negotiations there with other organizations for a long time. I guess I always hearken back to that Great Stone song that has a little riff in it. You don't always get what you want, but if you work real hard, you can get what you need. I think the school district, although our primary mission is not having a force responders, it is part of our mission to provide a safe learning environment for our students. But this is something that we find that's sustainable. Is that not correct? As far as the CCSD goes, correct?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I agree with that.
And although I haven't had a chance to talk with any of the POA officials, this is obviously something that they feel is it's what they can they feel confident that this is something that their officers did they already ratify this, by the way, or did it still have to go back to them for ratification?
It's right. They've approved it. Okay,
so apparently they're going to get what they need. We're going to get what we need. I think that sounds like a pretty good deal, and it's sustainable, right? That's fantastic. I was a teacher for a long time, and I remember a few years ago, the idea was floated for us to kind of like fold our police department in with the county police department, county, city, metro, and at the time, I know I was very against that. I wasn't a policymaker. Either at the city of North Las Vegas or here. But as an educator, I saw the big difference, and I saw how our police officers, and I don't see any of them right here in this room right now, but I know that when they're part of a school, they do a lot to build rapport with our students, much more different than than a municipal police officer would. They have to be there. They might put handcuffs on a kid one day, but the next day that kid's gonna be back there. So they have a different way of operating with our students that's much different in the ways of law enforcement. Very specialized. They work really well with maintaining order in our schools. And I think giving them whatever tools they need so they can go home and take care of their families is extremely important to this board. Although I don't have a vote in this issue, I know exactly how I would break on this. Again, I think this is a good policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could just add something, just to be completely transparent, I don't want people to think that, and for all of these unions, that they got what they wanted. I think all of them believe that they would have preferred additional things, terms. I do want to say that personally and professionally, I was very grateful for how cooperative all of the unions have been in working with me and the direction I've received from the superintendent and the board. I think they've been reasonable and they understand the situation, and they've made concessions as well. So I don't want to. I think they probably still have some wants, and they're not completely 100% pleased with what we finally resulted in. But I did appreciate the way that they agreed, and we got to where we are.
I'll stick by my Rolling Stone about my Rolling Stone statement.
I agree.
Thank you. That concludes discussion. Before I entertain the motion, we do have one person who signed up for public comment, Mr. David Gomez. I don't know if he's still in the building. I saw him a moment ago, but I think he may have left. That's not David Gomez. Okay. Oh, there he is. Mr. Gomez.
The door was not opening correctly. I'm glad it's not a fire.
Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
I'm assuming we're on public comment?
We are in public. We're in public
Oh,
comment
please,
for
sir. Oh,
item
I'm sorry. Okay.
5.03.
David Gomez for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president. I just wanted to point out that, some of the information with this, that they do feel that it's a fair contract and that you guys should really reconsider or consider by passing this and going forward with it, because some of the police officers, including some of the head administration in that division, do believe it's a fair contract. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for 5.03. I will entertain a motion. Trustee Esparza Strophagan.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the approval of the new 2025-2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Police Officers Association of the Clark County School District.
I'll take a second. I know Trustee Cavazos had already asked for that second.
Yes, I will go ahead and second that motion. Thank you.
Go ahead and cast your votes. Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item 5.04. I'd like to remind the team up here, this is not an action item. So we will hear a presentation from the district. We will open it up for discussion. We'll have public comment, and then we'll move on to the next item. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. Dr. Jesse Welsh for the record. I'm here this evening to present regarding our change and shift for the 26-27 school year in start times and provide an overview of the feedback and data from our survey and next steps. So we're here tonight because we're talking about this item, and we know that start times have a direct impact on student learning. There's over a decade of research that shows that later start times for high schoolers result in more sleep, reduced anxiety, more alertness, with results in improved attendance, standardized test scores, and, as we just saw this evening, graduation rates. A primary challenge in aligning CCSD start times to this research are the logistics behind our student transportation. CCSD operates the nation's largest district-owned school bus fleet, transporting about 120,000 students daily while servicing 31,000 stops. This requires 3 transportation tiers in order to maximize efficiency and reduce costs. So following up on the initial start time survey in October, where we asked stakeholders for feedback regarding advantages and limitations of changes in start times, and shared one potential solution of shifting all current start times 30 minutes later, we identified that there was a desire and a need to look deeper into other options, including options that may not be cost neutral. We've been gathering input from teachers, students, parents, principals, municipalities, and community members through a variety of opportunities and engagements in addition to the follow-up start time survey. So similar to that first start time survey, we had a window of 3 weeks for our follow-up survey, providing a focused window of time to solicit feedback. Respondents were again provided with the research and the why regarding a shift in school bell times. Schools were provided with a media toolkit to reach all parts of our community, driving engagement through social media, newsletters, and their own websites. A total of more than 47,000 respondents engaged with the survey, with over 34,000 surveys validated with a response to at least one scenario. We utilized the Thought Exchange platform, which allowed participants to answer in their native language. As noted, we received responses in 15 different languages, with the most common languages other than English being in Spanish, Chinese, Russian, Korean, and Vietnamese. This slide is a summary of the 4 scenarios that were presented in that follow-up survey. Scenario 1 was a flip in elementary and high school start times while leaving middle school currently where it is. Scenario 2 showed a flip in middle school and high school, leaving elementary where it is currently. Scenario 3 shows a flip in middle school and high school while standardizing the middle and high school start times and condensing the overall run times by 15 minutes. And then scenario 4 is that district shift of 30 minutes or later for all current times, which was what was presented in the original survey. So on the follow-up survey, you can see the participation by respondent group. As with previous survey, individuals will be able to select one or more roles depending upon their affiliation with the district. We did have 6,762 individuals that did not select a role when they filled out the survey, as it was not a required question. And as you can see, there was very strong participation by our students, as well as our staff, our parents and guardians, and then our community members. Similar to the last survey, respondents could also select the school level or levels with which they identified. There was significant participation across all levels, with high school having the most representation. So then we got to our data from this first survey. So scenario 1 again was looking at flipping elementary and high school start times. And here you can see the overall feedback in the pie chart with the proportion of responses for strongly support and somewhat support broken down by respondent group at the bottom below the chart. For scenario 1, 53.8% of respondents overall expressed support, with 30.3% strongly supporting this option, which was the highest proportion for all 4 scenarios. For scenario 2, that was the flip of middle school and high school start times. 53.6% of respondents overall expressed support for this scenario, slightly lower by just 0.2% than scenario 1, with slightly stronger general support by staff and community members compared to scenario 1. Of the 4 scenarios, this had the lowest level of strong support at 20.2%. Scenario 3, which is the option that we announced that we are moving forward with, proposed flipping middle and high school start times with a 15-minute contraction in the overall starting bell times. 55.3% of respondents overall expressed scenario for this one, or support for scenario 3, excuse me, which is slightly higher than scenarios 1 and 2. I would also note that scenario 3 was the only option for which the majority of parents across all grade levels expressed support. Additionally, scenario 3 had the highest level of overall support by elementary students and was more favored by all three groups when compared to the very similar scenario 2. Finally, scenario 4 was carried over from the first start time survey, shifting all start times by 30 minutes later. 57.4% of respondents overall expressed support for this scenario, which was slightly higher than the other three scenarios. As you can see, all four scenarios were very closely clustered with one another. They were all within 3.8% for total support, which really just highlights the wide variety of views within our community and that there was not a clear, singular solution based upon the survey results. We also looked at this data through a variety of other slices, including but not limited to looking at students by level, by parents by and guardians by level, and we did include those data points in our appendices here within the presentation for additional reference. So as I noted a moment ago, as you could see from the survey data, there was not a clear mandate from the survey overall when looking by grade bands or by students or by parents. And while there remained solid support for a simple 30-minute shift, we received strong feedback from elementary parents and staff regarding significant challenges with scenario 4, even though it had the highest levels of overall support. In particular, there were concerns with those later start times and children arriving home in the dark. That was one issue in particular. Scenario 3 was the only option for which the majority of parents across all grade levels expressed support. Scenario 2 had the lowest overall support, and Scenario 1 presented some significant challenges in terms of our youngest learners walking to bus stops early in the morning and with before and after school care programs such as SafeKey. With this, we relied on the research to inform our decision making as well as our feedback from stakeholders. Looking at that research, it shows strong benefits for later start times for our high schoolers and our adolescents, including but not limited to increased sleep, greater academic performance, improved attendance. It also shows modest positive impacts for other students as well. So based on all of these factors, and as we shared earlier this week, we are moving forward with the shift in start times for the 2026-2027 school year, as outlined here on the slide, with middle schools starting at 7:30 a.m. generally, high schools generally starting at 8:30 a.m., and elementary schools generally starting at 9:15 a.m. We believe this shift is supported in best practice and research. First, evidence supports that later start times for high school students lead to increased achievement results. Recent research estimates that this has an impact equivalent to about 3 months of learning. Oddly enough, teaching students when they are awake leads to increased achievement. Because later start times are closely aligned to students' natural circadian rhythms, the proportion of students getting the daily recommended amount of 8 hours of sleep tends to increase. And research shows that later start times for high school students are associated with a reduction in depression and anxiety. There are also a number of non-academic factors that support this shift. For our teen drivers, research supports that car accidents are reduced because students are more alert when driving to and from school. For high school athletes, a shift to later start times does allow for some potential opportunities for activities before school instead of after school, which could lead to less heat-related injuries. Finally, older siblings remain able to help younger students in walking home from school and providing supervision where needed. We recognize that a shift in start times is a significant change for our students, our parents, our guardians, our staff, municipalities, and our communities. Change can be hard. We've already begun communicating with our stakeholders regarding the change and providing consistent messaging around the rationale and timeline for the shift. We provided consistent answers to frequently asked questions as a resource, and I'll be providing links and additional information on our webpage at ccsd.net. We've also been working very closely with our municipalities on the change and what it means for changes to before and after school childcare programs, as well as to crossing guards. Our transportation department will be communicating out those school-specific bell times for the 26-27 school year. Our schools will be getting that information actually tomorrow in the CCSD wire with those initial times, noting that schools do still have some opportunities to request and put in a request for extended days, which means final bell times will be available in April. We're also working with some of our special types of schools, including our magnet schools, our rural schools, some of our unique programs to look at dismissal times, as well as those areas where we see schools that are clustered close together to make sure that those times are aligning to making sure that traffic patterns are able to flow with some normality there. And of course, we'll continue to work with all of our stakeholders on these changes and adapt as needed to meet the needs of our students. So with that, that concludes our presentation. And again, happy to answer and discuss further questions regarding both the survey and the determination regarding start times. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to clarify something before I started with the questions. And I have a lot of questions, but I'll probably only take one or two at a time. But I wanted to clarify that since this is a non-action item, we do not have public comment on this item while we are on this item, but not until, unless if people want to comment on this, they can do this under 6.01. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Welsh, first of all, thank you for the very thorough briefing that the trustees were able to do last week, answered a lot of the questions. So I do want to let you know that with the number of the numerous emails and phone calls that we have received since Tuesday, I will be asking questions on behalf of the constituents. So one of the questions that was a very large component that came in, and I'm just going to quote one of the constituents. Middle school is a very tumultuous time in our students' lives. Many parents and educators wrote in asking what the rationale was for making that age group go to an early time. Does their adolescent age group at that time, and then they threw in a personal comment to me that, have I not survived any middle-aged kids? Yes, I have, 5 of them. So they were kind of confused and expressed puzzlement as to why, if we had started out with this making everything like maybe 30 minutes later for everyone, and then we kind of shifted. And then last week, we were looking at a different, shall we say, arrangement or a different start and end time. And now we're ending up with middle school having to go 30 minutes earlier. So the kind of commonality seemed to be is all this research that was done. And I will admit, I got to some of the research. I did not get to read all of it. I will admit that right now. Was enough research done on the effect that this would have on our middle school kids, since many of them are also teenagers?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, I mean, again, this was a very challenging puzzle to be able to solve, and we considered all of those factors and recognizing, particularly when you get up into your 8th grade year, we are really talking about adolescence at that point in time. Not to say that all of middle school is not adolescent. Those of us who've had middle schoolers understand that experience.
Yes.
And it is definitely an experience. You know, a number of factors played into that. So again, as I shared earlier, you know, when we looked at option or scenario 1 in particular, with that flip of high school and elementary, that was certainly one of the ones that we considered very strongly. A big challenge to that was really those early start times for our elementary students. Again, we know from the research that elementary students are generally awake at that time. Like, so if we were looking at, let's say, a 7:15 time, just like was in the survey, you know, the research shows that those elementary students are typically awake. However, one of the challenges we identified very quickly there is, you know, for our students that may be traveling to and from school, riding the bus, they're going to have to walk to a bus stop and then be able to pick up that bus. Some of those bus routes would have to pick up as early as 6:30, which means students are walking to bus stops between, let's say, 6 and 6:30. We know, of course, during certain times of year, such as right now, it's dark outside during those hours. And so that was a big limitation that we saw with that. Again, while we felt like there were some aspects of that that closely aligned to the research, we identified that that was going to be a particular limitation with that particular option and thought practice. You know, when we considered the piece with middle school starting first, again, recognizing that when your kids get to middle school and sixth grade, they're not quite adolescents yet. Some of them are getting there. We do know as those kids get a little bit closer to like seventh and eighth grade, they are starting to have those changes happen. They're starting to get more into that developmental stage where their circadian rhythm does tend toward waking up later and sleeping later. But we felt like that was the best way to minimize some of that impact by having middle school start earlier. Again, currently our middle schools start at 8 o'clock a.m. So having them shift 30 minutes earlier, it is earlier, but it's not a considerable amount earlier than perhaps some of the other options. So again, lots of different factors that we can speak to on that, but that was part of the thinking in terms of the rationale there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Welsh, and I'll get back in the queue. My second question is very short because I see how many people are in the queue. Another question that came up many times was something from the fact sheet, and that was when, basically, when people are asking, what's going to be my specific school schedule. Are all of these going to be released at the end of April as noticed on the fact sheet, or will there be some schools that possibly are done on a staggered basis, or how is that going to work out?
Yes, thank you. So as I alluded to earlier, in the CCSD wire tomorrow, schools are going to get initial bell time information, which they'll be able to share. Noting that we do have, as we have every year, opportunity and process for schools if they wish to have an extended day. There's a process for them to do that, so they may shift some of the bell times. So we also recognize that there may be some movement with some of those bell times. And those bell times will then be finalized because there's some steps that we have to do in between that. Those will all be finalized by April. And again, I will point out that in particular, I know we're looking at some of those pieces with some of our schools that are very close to one another to make sure that, where possible, they're not starting at the same time. I know some sister schools actually do start at the same time, but I understand that sometimes we recognize that it is possible in certain communities, just depending upon how the traffic flows go, and in other communities, it is a challenge. So we know that's another piece that we are considering with all of those, as well as recognizing some flexibility with some of our magnet schools, our rural schools. Those are some that might have some deviations there as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Welsh. I'll just put myself back in the queue. Thank you so much.
Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Welsh, for the presentation. I want to give a shout out to the students who showed up on this survey. They really let their voice be heard. I also want to take an opportunity to remind parents this is why it's important to have your information updated on Infinite Campus and with the school, because there is a lot of emails that have came in the past 24 more than 24 hours, but with their opinions. But we had this survey open. We've had 2 surveys going on. My first question is, one of the things I've heard a lot is why on the second survey there wasn't an option for us to just keep it as is.
Yeah, so we certainly could have included a no change option. I think given the conversation and knowing what we know about the research, I think we felt very strongly that there was a need to act. And so that was part of our thought process there. I mean, yes, at the end of the day, doing nothing is always an option, but you're not going to get a difference in results if you continue to do the same thing that you've been doing. So that was part of the thought process there.
Thank you for that. And then a second question that I have, looking at scenario 3, had 55.3% in support, and scenario 4, 57.4. Can you tell me the difference of the cost for each?
Yes, so again, with scenario 4, because it was just a 30-minute shift, there would be no cost associated with that. With scenario 3, which was the one selected there, there is an initial purchase of some buses that we need to make for that, needed to have made. We actually have done that. And that is coming out of our bond fund. That is not coming out of general fund. It's not impacting our school budgets in any way. That was $15.8 million, I believe, and my team can correct me if I'm slightly off. Thank you. Get me right. 5.3? It's not working. Thank you. 5.8. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that correction. And then there's an annual cost with the additional drivers that we bring on as well, which was that, I believe, 5.6. I'm looking over here. Apparently, I got my numbers not quite right. Go ahead. 5.1. Thank you. we were making sure we did some final math on it because it moved a little bit.
Okay, you confused me with the numbers, okay, because I wasn't writing this down. So what is the total cost for doing scenario 3?
Yeah, so 5.3 and 5.1, if I'm thinking correctly, there total. No? Okay. We'll get that coming up. Thank you.
What was the 15.8?
That was a
The buzz
mistake.
bond? Oh,
That was a
okay.
mistake. It was 5.8.
Okay.
Mike Casey, record.
We're having mic problems.
Mike Casey for the record. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Trustee Zamora. The initial projection in terms of the 51 buses that would have been needed, that was a number that Dr. Welsh had quoted in terms, I believe it was 15.8 million. We did put in a purchase for 26 buses. So we're looking to accommodate this scenario with 26 buses while also leveraging our current inventory of spares to pick up the additional amount because we maintain a specific ratio of spares to our active fleet. Right now, we're a little bit over that, so we have the ability to utilize our spares to pick up the additional. So that's the differentiation in price there. So we're looking at about 5.6 million, for the bus purchase, and about 5.3 million for the ongoing annual cost for the drivers and maintenance.
Thank you. Follow-up question to that, if I may, Madam President. So one of the things that I'm really struggling with right now is we've asked people to do the survey and, and participate in everything. But through what is being presented right now, what the majority of what people were supporting is not the option we're choosing. Can you talk a little bit more of what went into actually making the decision besides, the survey that we've asked people? And I ask this because I do not want to disencourage people continuing to do the surveys as we're moving into the space. And we talk a lot about transparency, and I think this is part of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and great question. Obviously, from a data standpoint, it would be very easy to just say, well, this was the popular option, so that's the one we're going with. But there were definitely a number of factors that went into it just beyond the survey. Again, we received very strong feedback in speaking with some of our, principals in particular at the elementary level, in terms of some of the challenges that, frankly, don't really get captured in a quantitative survey like that. In particular, thinking about how late those start times are and the fact that just that 30-minute shift then pushes some of those elementary students to getting home in the dark this time of year. Additionally, one of the factors that was raised by elementary folks across the board, across different groups, was many of our Safe Key programs begin the day as early as 7 o'clock and in some cases even at 6:30 a.m. And so for those students, if we had a start time of 6:30, they could be sitting in a school building ready to learn, but not yet actively learning for almost 3 hours. And so that was a big consideration that we had in terms of that. Again, while it may have been popular in terms of the data, there were some limitations there that we felt were very significant.
Thank you for that. And one of the things that we've talked about at the briefing was the partnership with the municipalities with Safe Key. And I know I just want to say it for the folks who are listening, the municipalities, if you cannot afford childcare, they do have programs that can help. So you're able to pay for Safe Key more than anything. And I think that's the biggest worry that some of the community members have reached out about, just the cost of it. But there is resources out there. And then RTC was also a big one that I hadn't heard about was, there's specific buses that are assigned to a school so they can help with transportation. They are okay and ready to move the way we're moving.
Yeah, so on both of those, working backwards, we have been in contact with the RTC and we discussed all the different options. They indicated that there wasn't going to be any limitation regardless of which option that we chose. They're able to meet that capacity and that need. And then in particular, we had a great meeting with many of our municipalities as we were talking through. And I can share that, in particular, other than scenario 1, which I think was going to be the biggest challenge for them, They felt like any of the scenarios 2, 3, and 4 were ones they could support. Obviously, there is a little bit of shift to some of those. But when you think about most of our Safe Key programs occur at the elementary level, we do have some programming like Teen Scene available at our within some of our middle schools. But in particular, most of that is occurring at elementary school. And with that shift being somewhat minor for the elementary schools, it's a lot less disruptive, and it's something that our municipalities are a little bit more readily able to handle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quick reminder to the group, I'm learning that the microphone issues is because too many people had their mics hot at the same time. So if you're not speaking, go ahead and make sure you hit your blue button so that we don't have issues with other people jumping on. Trustee Dominguez was in the queue and fell out, so I'm going to go ahead and give it to her. She was at the top. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start off by saying thank you to Superintendent Ebert for tackling this issue. I know it wasn't easy, but involving the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee, involving the Partnership Committee, I really appreciate you involving students and actually listening to them, and our partnership with our community members all around. One of the biggest things I wanted to say was I really urge the Nevada legislature to allow Clark County School District to make these student-focused decisions for our students and retaining the operational freedom we have here locally and making sure that we can make our decisions here for our kids here locally instead of having the heavy hand of Carson City coming in and trying to change things on the back end. My question for you, Dr. Walsh, was about the rural areas. So predominantly, I get a lot of questions from my district. So can you talk to us about Lundy, Indian Springs, and then move over, if you could, to Moapa and Mesquite?
Yes. So again, as I alluded to, those are some areas where we recognize that we, one, have an opportunity to, and two, the possibility to do some things a little bit differently. Obviously, a little more here in the city, our routes are much more interconnected, and so there's more complexity there. And so that is something where there may be some variation in terms of those standardized times where we're able to work a little bit more closely with those communities to be able to have times that are maybe a little bit off from those, but still in alignment with the concept of making sure that our kids are getting sleep before they come to school.
Perfect. I know Lundy gets up really early, so, or the students in Mount Charleston get up really early to get to Indian Springs. So were we able to have, I know the municipality communication, could you tell us more about that and how we made sure we had that communication with Safe Key before making this decision?
Yes, yeah, we did actually also reach out to our municipalities and our Safe Key programs, particularly in Mesquite and Moapa, because I know those are two big ones. We didn't hear concerns coming back from them in terms of the programming piece either.
Perfect, thank you.
So I think we're having a few technical difficulties because I saw Trustee Biasotti was next, and now she's not even on there. Did you take yourself out, or no? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. A parent mentioned to me that when they left to work, they had their older kids take their younger kids to school. So this change was a huge relief. And I do understand that there isn't a one-size-fits-all, but you did go with the scenario most parents supported, right?
Yes, as I was sharing earlier, and I'm going to go back, actually I'm going to pull it back up just so we can make sure we're having a nice visual there. Yes, you could see this was our scenario. Actually, you know what? I'm going to sneak into it's in our appendices. So we have our parent guardian data in here. This was the one option, as I alluded to earlier, where parents at all three levels, elementary, middle, high school, had that plurality over 50% of support for that option.
Okay, great. And just to follow up, I think the community will see as time goes on that we have leadership that is responsive to community concerns. And with that, there will come meaningful changes. So thank you to you and to Superintendent Ebert.
Trustee Henry.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I had a question about, you did speak to change management and communication happening with our staff members and also our families. Will there be any ongoing change management conversations to support our families? Because this is a big change for many of them.
Yes, indeed. I mean, so as I alluded to, I know we're looking to have some areas on our website to help support parents with some of those resources. I'll remind the board that we are actually looking at flipping to the new website, I believe, next week. So keep that in mind. Things may not be exactly where you found them before, but they'll be up there. Yeah, that's I think a big piece of that, and we recognize. I can just share even from many of the messages that I've seen. You know, we have individuals who are, of course, both parents and staff members in our community. Like, we wear multiple hats, and so it is a change management piece, and you know, it's going to take a little bit of time to be able to think through some of those things and what it means, especially as if you might have students that are moving to a new grade level. Now you're trying to think, okay, well, what does this mean? But as all of us who are parents and have experienced it know, I had at one point in time, you know, when all of my students were in the Clark County School District, and we were at 3 different grade levels, but we figured it out. And yeah, we're definitely here to help support our families with those kinds of things and helping them to troubleshoot and figure out how we can make it work.
And one more question. I know that you mentioned with sports and our student athletes would be able to maybe practice during the morning time. Will there be any impacts to after-school sports and after-school activities?
Yes, great question. So there is some opportunity, at least, for practices to occur in the morning. I will highlight that one of the key things that we need to make sure that are in place is our trainers do a lot of great work in terms of supporting our student athletes. And so, you know, if that is an option, and again, that's going to be a site-based decision in terms of when they want to run their practices. But, you know, there are some limitations there in terms of making sure that there is access to having the trainer staff be available when those practices are occurring. So I want to make sure to recognize that. Yes, there are definitely some impacts with our athletics. Right now, even with our very early high school start times, we still have some students who may be dismissing early to be able to participate in meets and games in the afternoon during that last period of the day. With the shift a little bit later, and again, depending upon the sport, particularly some of our sports that are more light dependent, so like thinking of like our softball, our baseball, our cross country, our tennis, those ones in particular, because they're typically played in areas where there are not lighted fields and they are light dependent, those times for those matches and games may not be able to shift, which may still result in those kids getting pulled out of those classes, perhaps with a little bit more frequency. We do recognize that in terms of one of our potential impacts with athletics. Some of our other sports where they do have lighted fields, it's a little bit less of an impact because we can shift those game times because we do have the lights on the fields.
Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. Although if you're a football player and you're playing on artificial turf and all our facilities are heading that way, you might want to be out there, of course, at 7 o'clock in the morning rather than 2:30 in the afternoon. Burning your tootsies there on those hot fields. Anyhow, believe it or not, most of the trustees have asked the questions that I would ask. As a comment, I'll tell you what, I was one of those high school teachers who not long ago, I tried to always ask my supervisor to not give me a first period class. And why? Because I can attest to the fact that when we talk about perception and of course states of consciousness, a good number of my students were not fully conscious there at 7 o'clock in the morning. And it was like pulling teeth trying to start when you're trying to do like a Socratic seminar, and it depends very much on the students driving the teaching. It's really hard, and I actually have one of the educational professionals in here who she was in there with me, and she could attest it was a lot tougher with the first period class than with the third period class. So I totally I'm jazzed up. I wish. No, I'm lying. I don't want to go back to the classroom, but I would if I would have to, and I'd be very happy. That and the pouches. I do have a real question though in all of this. So of course, I've always admitted that I'm not Mr. Good with math here, but it seems like all the times are now more compact. And I think you kind of mentioned that, right? So can you describe to me under this new scenario? How they'll be compacted. Now, again, I do realize that younger students and I told my supervisor that if I was going to teach anymore, that I would probably go back and get a refresher class on the younger generation. I do understand, and I noticed it over my 3 decades of teaching, starting with middle school, elementary, that attention spans did go shorter, and I would always try to get through my lesson. If it was slated for like an hour, I'd try to get through the sucker in the first 35 minutes because it was hard keeping the focus. Can you maybe describe a little bit about what the new schedules will look like potentially for the schools, and if there's like a rationale behind compacting the school day? Because again, things like lunch are really critically important for students' well-being. They need time to the students need to have time to decompress. They need their recess time. They need that social aspect as well. So if you could maybe speak to that just a little bit.
Yes, thank you for that question. So again, there's not a change in the length of our instructional day. However, with scenario 3, we were able to compact the timing between the routes just a little bit there by 15 minutes. And again, that's really with Mike Casey here and his team being able to work some magic. I can tell you we ran so many different, he's going to hate me for saying this, so many different scenarios, trying to just look at every different way that we could slice it and come up with options. This one was one that was a little bit unique in that we were able to pick up that extra 15 minutes, which really just helped to make things just a little bit more tenable in terms of that spread. Again, that's one of our biggest challenges with our start times is the fact that we have a 3-tier system and that we really do need to have those 3 tiers in order to be able to run anything. Obviously, in an ideal world, we'd love it if every school could start between 8 and 8:30 and they'd all start at the same time, but we would need triple the fleet to be able to pull that off. And so at least with this scenario, we are able to compact that a little bit, which does mean that our elementary students get out a little bit earlier than they would if we didn't have that extra 15 minutes cut off there. No instructional time being lost, correct.
Okay, so Trustee Cavazos, I see that you're next on the queue, but I would like to give the opportunity for a few trustees who haven't gotten to ask their questions first. So next would be Trustee Esparza-Staffergan.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos, for allowing me to go. I was waiting to hear all the questions, and mine are very unique, specific, 3. Number 1, someone asked, and maybe if it was answered, I apologize, I stepped away. Was one vote considered one time, or could people vote multiple times?
Yes, great question. So we did actually scrub the data to identify if there were patterns of individuals trying to respond to the survey more than one time. We didn't see any unique patterns with that. So that was something we looked at.
Thank you for that. My second question is that you talked about really meeting the needs of a community, and we have diverse communities within communities. I know within Henderson, there's unique communities even within that particular space. What I want to ask you is this. So we've had a lot of parents that are working, and maybe they didn't fill out the survey. We have students that are needing to work. There's real concern, single-parent family households, right, that maybe can't adjust to all of this type of time schedule. Is there going to be consideration and flexibility, let's say for a student that might say, I can't have a first period? Or is there going to be that unique nuance for families that are working that maybe this is not conducive for them? I don't know how micro the schools are going to be able to meet those needs. I know before and after school programming, but that's the constant that I'm getting about what about that particular community?
No, great question. And again, even going back to our first survey, that's something we identified and recognized as a challenge, particularly at that high school level when you're talking about employment. That was one of the top 2 things that were identified in terms of potential barriers. One thing in particular with that, there is some opportunity, particularly for seniors. They have a little bit more flexibility in their schedule at some times, just due to their credit requirements and our requirements that are in Nevada revised statutes. So that is something there is some flexibility there, at least at the senior level.
Thank you for validating that and putting that on record. I think that's important for our families to know. They have to communicate what their needs are, And don't be afraid to have those conversations with the school, with the counselors, to really accommodate them. My third question is this. Is it my understanding we made a schedule 3 years ago to the school times? And the reason I am asking is, did we collect data on that change, and what did it produce? And I know that was pre our current leadership. And then going forward, part two is, are we going to track the outputs of the intended and unintended consequences? I know the intended is to improve student achievement and to do all these things, but I guess I'd like to kind of hear firm, concrete, like, did we collect anything, and are we going to monitor and track and collect in the future?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Mike Casey for the record. Trustee Ramona Stouffergan. Okay, apologies. The adjustment 3 years ago was to partially standardize our belt time. So prior to that, we did have a process in place in which schools were able to put in school start time adjustment request forms, in which they were allotted or had the ability to adjust their bell times, in which then we would assess the cost, and they had the ability to do so. In doing so, our tiering it fell out of efficiency, right? It wasn't very efficient. And also coming out of the COVID pandemic, all can remember, in terms of resources, they were very finite. We had a driver shortage of approximately 250 drivers short opening up the school year. So in standardizing the bell time to the extent we could, it helped us reduce, I believe, close to 300 routes, if I'm not mistaken. But it was done out of necessity. That may be an overstatement. But I believe we had gotten it down to about 1,300 was our routes from where we were. Now we're back up to over 1,500 in terms, so we've experienced some route growth since then. But that was done so mainly out of pure need, but it's also to put ourselves, giving ourselves the ability to actually optimize our routes. So the way that they currently stood, as Dr. Welsh had previously stated, was to optimize and have the most efficient use of our drivers and our buses. So we have a single driver, single bus that can service, 3 schools within a day. It also aligns with the driver minimum in terms of what they're contracted to. So again, it was an effort to optimize our resources, given that we did have finite resources and is the best use of district funds. So as far as data, I would say that we put ourselves at the time in the most efficient position that we could have. I would say we weren't fully standardized because we did make certain exceptions for magnets and things like that. But to the fullest extent possible, we did. And since then, we do still allow for requests for an extended day. And again, if schools do wish to fund that, we do allow for that, given if we do have resources. So that with some additional impacts through to special needs programs and things like that. And we have experienced some route growth since then, but we're still, or we were kind of, as we currently we're optimized, again, to the extent possible. But now we're making this adjustment, and we're accounting for that change as we spoke of.
Yeah, to the data piece, yeah, I mean, obviously that's something we are acutely aware of and looking at. I mean, we've talked a lot about what we have as terms of anticipated outcomes. So those are certainly pieces that we're going to try and track to see, if we're getting the intended outcomes in terms of the change.
Trustee Johnson.
And so Ramona asked the same question. I was thinking, can we have a benchmark date to say 36 months from now? Because I know it's not going to be an immediate change. You put this in place. It's going to take a little bit for it to take hold. But can we say, by we're in the 25-26 school year, so by 28-29 school year, actually probably 29-30, we can see what it's looked like for 3 cycles, and then put it out again, because it'd be January of this time in 28 or 29, to be able to say, all right, you know what, we need to. Do we have actually benchmarks that we're looking to hit? And then the other part that I'm trying to think about, and I think I can't figure out how we can do it, but how do we correlate start times with academic outcomes? How can we determine this school starts earlier and as such, the outcome is, because you had a list of probably 9 things that we're doing internally that are driving academic outcomes. And I know this is going to be one variable. So how do we isolate for this variable to determine if this is the thing that's actually making the most? And again, I know it was almost 50-50. So it felt like this was there was no right choice in terms of like where everybody was going to be happy. Because I know principals, actually high school principals, really do want to see these start times much later. So I guess I spoke a whole lot. One question, can we have a benchmark date by which we're going to say we want to see this changed? Question number 2 is, how do we isolate the variable that start times are leading to the academic outcomes we want?
Yeah, so in terms of that benchmark reporting, obviously we can work with the superintendent and the board in terms of building that into our reporting cycle to make sure that we're capturing that. I think that's something we can certainly work on. In terms of how to isolate, my research mind starts going. There are definitely ways you can isolate those kinds of variables. Sometimes through some of the natural experiments that occur within the data, because there are a handful of schools that maybe might not have as much movement, so you can look at some of those natural selection cases where you don't have movement. I'm sure there's a number of ways we could slice it, and we can certainly work with our research team or as needed other partners to help us in some of that work as well.
Trustee Satori.
Thank you. I think all my questions have been answered pretty much. I just had one quick question. One concern I had seen from some families was the fact that, our youngest drivers, our students that are just learning to drive, used to be out earlier in the morning and it's, less traffic and stuff, and just the concern of now they're in the middle of rush hour and all of that. Did I actually hear you say, though, that the studies show less accidents just because of that grogginess?
Yes, that is
factor?
correct. Yeah, the research does support that there are less accidents when start times for those drivers shift later. And again, I think that's attributable to the fact that the kids are more alert and awake when they're actually driving.
I actually have a couple of questions. In terms of the athletics and being able to practice in the mornings, which to Trustee Barone's point, it's cooler, but like what about, I know a lot of the high schools aren't using the showers anymore. So let's use wrestling for an example. If they don't shower after practice, they could get ringworm, right? They have to shower. So are there things that we're looking at in those terms, or is that like a high school, is that a principal decision on how to make sure these athletes are getting the resources that they need if they were to move practices at a different time?
Yes, Trustee Stevens, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, that would be a determination that those high schools would want to make. Yeah, obviously, having practices in the morning, I think we'd want to make sure they were taking a shower to get through their day.
Very, very true. And then my second question was just, I was talking to a couple of elementary teachers, and, I love the conversation because they were very solutions-oriented in the conversation. But one of the concerns was with nearby middle schools. When you have middle schoolers, if they're not involved in, say, an extracurricular, my mom used to always say idle hands are the devil's handiwork, right? So if they don't have anything to do, and a lot of times what will happen is they'll end up on the school grounds for that elementary school, which usually was like an hour before the elementary school was let out. And now it's going to be about 2 hours. And so a few of them were asking me, are there any kinds of programs or incentives that they could even offer these students? Like, I know high schoolers can get extra credit or something like that for community service, where they can actually do work at that elementary school. So these principals are saying, how can we help these middle schoolers if we can? Are there programs in place already that maybe we don't know about, they don't know about, where they could incentivize these young people and get them involved so they're not getting into trouble or having fights on their campus grounds?
Oh, great question. As a former middle school principal, I definitely remember the kids trying to wander over to elementary schools at the end of the day sometimes, and in some cases it wasn't a bad thing, in other cases it was not a great thing. I think that's something we can certainly look at. Again, obviously it's a shift in terms of what that looks like. It does also give us, I think, a little bit more opportunity at the middle school level in particular to really beef up some of those after-school activities, clubs, and maybe even sports. So it's certainly something we can look at as we work down the road on it.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Cavazos, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Okay, one new question and one follow-up, because again, my colleagues have asked very insightful and very good questions. So the new question is, can you give us an example of the type of resource when we're getting letters in the last couple of days saying, I have adjusted my work schedule, so my boss is letting me come in, say, at 8:15 or 9:15 instead of 9 o'clock. My other colleagues are there, and now I've already made an inquiry, and now they're telling me that I'm not going to have a job anymore. And it's not just like one letter, it's not just like two letters. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that's received this. Can you give me, are we going to have I don't know what to say to these folks right now because I don't have that answer. And obviously we hadn't had this discussion yet, so I wasn't prone to answering that. Do we have an idea of, I had one person actually say, could you give me a letter explaining the school start times and end times? And I said, I don't have the authority to do that, but I will ask what kind of resources that we can offer these folks, because these are people who are worried about their jobs.
Yeah, well, hopefully we've sent some messaging out to folks. They can use that letter. If people don't know about it, then it's definitely not been a secret the last couple of days.
Right.
I go back to the fact that this is a decision that we are choosing to make as a community, and it is going to require all of us to, be somewhat flexible there. So, my hope is, of course, as all of our families are working through some of those kind of things, that they're able to work through that with employers and all that to understand that
others,
this is a change.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Dr. Welsh. And again, like I said, it is going to take all of us, and we all, are realizing that some families are going to have a very minimal impact, and some families are going to have a very deep impact. My follow-up question to something that a couple of my colleagues had asked, and I want to make sure that people know that I'm not just asking about athletes. I'm asking about the school clubs and the organizations that usually meet after school. So if we have kids that are going to be practicing, high school kids that are going to be practicing before school instead of after school, and if we have kids and staff members, or let's just say kids, our focus, that are going to be meeting before school with their athletic practices and their clubs, isn't that going to kind of negate some of the sleeping in later and getting a little bit more sleep if they have to do that?
Yes, yeah, and again, this is it's an option. I would say again, it's a site-based decision in terms of if that's something they choose to do. Again, some high schools may just say, nope, we're going to keep with the same kind of concept, having those things happening after school. But it does at least allow for some of those opportunities. I'd also highlight, we have a number of our high schools and some of our middle schools that I know currently also have early bird and late bird classes.
Right,
Again, that is something that can continue to happen. But when I think about particularly our high school students, right now an early bird class would typically start at 6 o'clock in the morning. So high schools that might be looking at some of those early bird options, like for example, I know marching band sometimes is one, or leadership is another one. It's a big difference between 6 o'clock and now potentially 7:30 for some of those early birds.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Welsh. And I think that's obviously, I had another person ask, did we have any data? And this was a teacher, one of our teachers, that said, okay, I have kids already being pulled out of my 6-hour so-and-so class already, how much more frequent is this going to be now? Because I said, I don't have that answer. I don't think we have been able to project what that's going to be yet until we see how people are going to choose to do this. So here's something just to kind of throw out. We're going to be spending a lot of money on this, but I think we're doing it for the right reasons. So I wonder if there'd be any appetite to spend even a little bit more money and, pay for some of those lights at our fields and find some funds for that so that we wouldn't have that problem of the kids playing in the dark, but they would have lighted fields. I know that this has been brought up a lot of times, in talking with some of the athletes' families. So I'm not asking you for an answer to that, not asking superintendent, but it's just something to throw out there. And the last thing I want to say here is that I believe that the community knows that we are following the science. We are trying to follow the science here. So there isn't something where there is a problem with the what of the content here. I think what our community is having trouble with, and I think that that Trustee Zamora alluded to it earlier, it's not the what, but it's the how it's being rolled out. That first it was going to be a no cost 30 minutes later, then it was going to be maybe flipping, you know, elementary with high school, and then everybody was going to be coming in later, but now we got middle school coming at 7:30. So I think the community is behind the science and believes this, that we're trying to do this for better outcomes for our kids. But I think that we really need to listen to how it's done. So thank you very much for your answers.
Trustee Henry.
Okay, I know earlier in your presentation, and we know that we're doing this as research-based, you mentioned something around it equates to 3 months of learning. Can you speak a little more to that?
Yeah, in fact, I can just go back to that. And we purposely put the links to some of those research pieces here in the presentation. That way, anybody who views it could be able to access that. And again, we didn't try to be exhaustive and put every single study that was out there. But the one study that's linked here in particular highlights that school start time change had an increase of 8% of a standard deviation, which is a very mathy way of saying it's a pretty meaningful shift. And that equated to about 3 months of learning. So imagine if, instead of having a 9-month year, you actually had a 12-month year. That's what kids being awake when they're learning actually equates to.
Thank you. And I know we just keep talking. I promise I'm going to be done. The one thing that I really appreciated about being a parent in a Head Start program, they often shared research with us in a way that it was meaningful, that it was digestible, and that we understood it. My hopes are that we're able to do that with families in our district to share why the data is so important and the research, and that's it.
Thank you. And then Trustee Barone to wrap it up.
Yeah, a lot of people come and this CCSD, rightfully or not rightfully, were criticized because, of course, supposedly we're doing so bad, and we're tasked with coming with solutions. Well, I know in conversations that I've had with our superintendent, I know that I've expected our superintendent to be creative, to have solutions that are based on data, and to come up with innovative solutions that are out of the box. And if we've been doing this, the same thing over and over again, and we haven't been achieving those results, it's time to try something new. I know that not everybody's going to be like this. Not everyone's going to be in favor of this. And again, I will hearken right back to my Rolling Stones quip. I think this is, again, we're talking about a new reality with our students. They are wired much differently than the students of just a generation or two ago. Remember, I started teaching school when I thought that was cool because I had colored chalk. And then I was almost floored when I had a whiteboard and an Elmo. We're in an entirely different situation when it comes to our students right now. We're in a different reality altogether. I have a feeling that no matter what the executive team would come up with, trying option 2, option 4, or just staying with the same one, would still be catching heck up here, right? Or the superintendent would be catching heck. I, on the other hand, I very much would like to try, or I'd like our students, and I would like our families, to try something a little bit different. To have your students maybe be actually awake for the majority of their education. Wow! We're actually, you mean the data shows that being awake allows them to perform at a higher level? I would certainly like that. And again, there's so many people right here who they equate early morning wakefulness when they get up and they go and run a couple miles or hit the gym before they go to work, and they report higher levels of life satisfaction. Well, gosh, I sure hope that our district can allow for this. I'm kind of hoping we go a different way to have, like, for instance, if we could afford it, scrape out a few bucks, and for students who want to get there early and maybe actually participate in an early morning yoga. things, or exercise programs that are actually going to help them set up an entire lifetime of wellness that includes, of course, your body, mind, and spirit. I would, hey, I'm a dad myself. After so many years, I have a 3-year-old here that I started with. He's going to be ready for school here in just a few months. And I'm looking forward to having a whole new reality with him. Again, he's totally wired totally differently than my older kids, 37, 35, right? My 3-year-old is wired totally differently. And I, for one, am highly, I would ask my fellow parents out there to try something new. Try this new, see if your high school students, if they report better satisfaction with this. Remember, this is something that's not necessarily set in stone. We can always come back here a few months from now, and we'll have some data on what we're doing now. But to try something different with our kids, we might find out that we have a little gem here. I applaud our team for coming up with a creative solution. And like I said, I can't wait to see what it's going to look like. For me, I would do the 2 snaps up with a Z.
Thank you. That concludes our discussion. Thank you for the presentation, and we're going to move on to item 6.01, public comment on items not listed as action items on the agenda. Before we begin, I just want to remind everybody, if you have not filled out a public comment card, now is the time to do it, please. And we're going to go ahead and get started. All right, first up is Yvette Williams. Yvette, are you in the room? I do not see her. Oh, yes, she is. I was thinking of a different Yvette, sorry.
That's all right.
Please state your name for the record.
Yvette Williams. Good evening, President, trustees, and superintendent. My name is Yvette Williams, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board this evening. I have been an educator for over 20 years, and I am currently an educator in Clark County School District and serve as the student success intervention facilitator at Sunrise Mountain High School. My professional background includes instructional leadership at the district level, athletic administration, and student and staff advocacy. My work requires adherence to district policy, state law, and federal civil rights protections. I'm here tonight to introduce myself and to ask a foundational question. What does the Office of Diversity Affirmative Action in Title IX do when a district employee reports violations of Title IX and Title VII? Advocacy in the workplace, especially when it involves equity, compliance, and civil rights concerns, is not misconduct. It is protected activity under federal law. Educators should not be subjected to retaliation or professional harm for speaking up. Under Title IX, employees are protected from sex-based discrimination and retaliation. Under Title VII, employees are protected from hostile work environments and retaliation related to reporting discrimination or misconduct. Since last school year, while engaging in protected activity, I have been subjected to retaliation in a hostile work environment. Like many women in the workplace, my advocacy was not met with support. Women who raise concerns are often labeled as difficult or not a good fit, rather than being heard on their merits. These patterns are well documented under Title VII and frequently result in exclusion, loss of opportunity, and heightened scrutiny. I attempted to resolve these concerns at the school level through multiple meetings with administrators. Rather than improving, the situation worsened. I then met with my area superintendent, who was very helpful, Mr. Ronnie Gerzon, for approximately 90 minutes, along with my building CCEA representative. Acting in good faith, I followed Mr. Gerzon's guidance and contacted the Title IX office. As required, I submitted documentation, hundreds of pages of documentation, detailing retaliation and hostile work environment concerns. Within 4 business days, I was informed that nothing could be substantiated. 4 business days, hundreds of pages, federal civil rights claims. Prior to submitting this paperwork, I requested a face-to-face meeting. My request was denied. I was informed there's no policy prohibiting such a meeting. It just wasn't going to be granted. This raises serious concerns about due process. I know I'm cut off.
Thank you, Yvette. Next, we'll call up Lindsay Daly. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Lindsay Daly. I live in Logandale, and I'm a community member of our Community Education Advisory Board. That's a mouthful, so we just shorten it to CEAB. We work with the community and CCSD to try to help promote education in a rural community. And I do appreciate, we had a discussion a week ago at our meeting about the start times and what it's going to mean. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Is that better? Okay, I'm sorry. And about what it, I'm going to have to hunch over here a little, about what it means, is going to mean. And thankfully tonight we got some direction that, okay, there is considering flexibility for the rural remote schools. And I wanted to, so because of that, I had a whole bunch of stuff written, but I want to shift my comments on what's the best approach to do that. As the discussion was had here about the graduation rates, a little reality check, none of the rural remote schools have any of those resources available to them. And that's okay, because they live in a rural area. But we need to realize that there are differences, and we need to be able to compensate for those differences in other ways, and we can. Okay? The best thing that I've seen so far in 20 years of working on CEAB is when Lindsay Tomlinson, I'm going to give her kudos, just put in a plug for her. Okay, she's an administrator, a mid-level administrator, I assume. She worked with our principals and our CEAB to come together and solve these rural remote issues in once and for all, not a crisis management model where we're constantly going, oh my gosh, CCSD is thinking of doing this. We got to hurry up and come to the board and make a presentation and blah, blah, blah. It's just, it's exhausting to do that. We need to grab hold and be proactive. And this is a good example of that, how we could do that. Let's bring her back. And the reason that it ended, and it has nothing to do with Superintendent Ebert, it was a previous administrator that changed. And so now, new pharaoh in the land, stuff changes. This happens all the time for rural remote schools. We need to provide a process so that it will not be a constant crisis by principals and our CEAB and so forth. So there was a letter, or a statement that was written, an accomplishment about what they were trying to do that was written by CCSD, very succinct, very good. We've solved those problems, but the concept of how we need to solve future problems, I think that's the model. So we would encourage, ask Trustee Dominguez, can we encourage Superintendent Ebert? I know she listens, and I've had wonderful opportunities to work with her, but I just want.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you. Sheila Moulton, and then Zarina Harrison, you'll be after Miss Sheila Moulton.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Moulton. I am a former trustee, and for the last 6 years, I have led a group called ABC PAC. Many of you know about us. We've worked to try to improve the board's professionalism. We've seen some things over the years, but we compliment you tonight. I do. On your questions and your attitudes and your presence, you're really professional. Most of all, as you work as a team. And I'll just got to give you a quick example. We tried to do this in the early 2000s. We discussed it, and we just couldn't get anywhere. And so I really believe that under the leadership of your superintendent and all of you, you have really made this transparent and engaged the community in doing it. What I really want to talk about, and it's to get out to the community and to invite all of you, next Wednesday, January 28th, from 6 to 7, we are having, ABC is sponsoring anyone that would like to run for or even think about running for a board to come to a seminar where we will teach and train and testify several former school board members and community members what it is to be on the board. Because I bet I could ask almost all of you that you really didn't know what you were getting into when you did this, but we're so glad that you did. And I just want to give you a minute of history because I've got it, because as I watch you do this thing with the change time. Back in the 2000s, what we had to do, we were building so many schools. I think I've told many of you, we built 116 schools in the 12 years that I was on the board. And you know what we had? We had to go double session and also year-round schools. That was a really big deal back then, and we did it. And it's hard because you're not going to please anyone. So just in closing, I'm going to leave some flyers for the board members, and if anybody in the audience wants one, I've got one too. That will be next Wednesday, January 28th, from 6 to 7 at the East Flamingo Library, just down the road a bit. It'll only last an hour, and you'll be able to ask questions, and if any of the board members would come, we'd love it because we'd like you to testify that some of the things that we're talking about, particularly that being a board member is so important and it's very time consuming. But again, I just thank you all for what you're doing and what you've, especially for our community and our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Zarina Harrison, are you in the room? Yes, here we go. And then after Zarina, Kimberly Johnston Lindsay, you'll be next.
Zarina Harrison. This is a continuation of my initial public comment made on January 8th. Everyone should be aware that this district is already facing federal lawsuit alleging systematic denial of education and services. The pattern alleged in that lawsuit is ongoing and is harmful to all CCSD students. I return here today to ask the parents of CCSD to join together in calling this district, this board, and these administrators to accountability. Parents, you must not rely on your child to tell you what's going on. Visit your child's classroom, go to lunch, go to recess, be present, and observe. It is within your rights. Caseworkers, CASAs, volunteers, parents, healthcare providers, and advocates alike, we must all collectively demand meetings, send emails, demand responses, and most importantly, document everything. When more parents witness and document what's actually happening, the district can no longer dismiss these concerns as isolated complaints. Your presence creates accountability. I have filed federal complaints, state complaints, and I've consulted with education attorneys. I've done everything the system asks parents to do. Yet, despite my commitment to child advocacy for my child and yours, I am here again. But this time, it is to insist that the board exercise oversight and fix these systemic failures before any more of our children suffer these district-wide and federally funded abuses. So today, to the board, I ask, please conduct an immediate compliance investigation at Mabel Hogard Elementary of the entire staff, administrators and staff alike. 2, audit district-wide compliance monitoring systems, including mandatory reporting protocols. 3, establish enforceable protections against retaliation when families report violations. 4, recognize that ongoing failing general education standards make it especially difficult to ensure educational compliance for special needs. The pattern is clear. When families advocate, the district creates barriers to free, appropriate public education, manipulates student records, and unlawfully, procedurally, and administratively violates and retaliates. This isn't about noncompliance. This isn't about process and procedure failures. This is about systemic negligence and avoidance presented as a framework by the district as policy. This is systemic avoidance of federal obligations. Our children cannot wait for the federal courts. Our children need you, need me, and all of us here to represent them. They need us now. Parents, please expect me to be at the next board meeting scheduled for February 5th. I hope to see you then. I hope that we can connect, share experiences, and organize. On a separate note, if when you all decide to present information, I would ask that you kindly cite the sources appropriately, including the actual source and the date of the source, and when it was also leveraged. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Johnston Lindsay. And then Janine Crane, you'll be next.
Hi. Good evening, Kimberly Johnston Lindsay. Thank you guys so much for your time. I want to address the walkouts that occurred yesterday on campus. Student safety is extremely important. A student was hit by a commercial vehicle yesterday. That's not okay. I love free speech. I think it's awesome when our students participate in this process. However, we have ways of doing this safely for our students, and Regulation 5146 is a way to make sure our students are safe and not walking off campus and getting hit by cars, which we just put a lot of money into making sure our students were safe with crosswalks, all that good stuff. We need to keep our students safe. Now, this was a national thing. It wasn't isolated to just Clark County. It was all over. Everyone saw the news. Everyone's read it. I went through all the comments. It was hilarious. These are organizations outside of our schools, are political. We don't need the politics in our classrooms with our students. We really don't. They should be focusing on education. But groups like Surge are influencing our children and making them do walkouts to protest our president when they should be working on their education. Math, it seems to be a huge one. We need to make sure our students are safe, do it correctly, make sure you have supervision. I want all the students to come to the school board. That would be incredible. Have the town halls on campus. That's awesome. But walking off campus in the middle of the day, it poses a safety threat. I would highly recommend moving forward, because this is going to happen. There's an actual agitation campaign by a lot of radical leftist groups. It's a Saul Alinsky thing, agitate in the public space, disrupt daily activities. It's actually part of their agenda, which is public. You can look it up online. So this will continue. But moving forward, highly recommend you ensure that everyone is aware and prepared. Law enforcement's aware and prepared, like they did an excellent job responding yesterday. But we just need to make sure our students are taken care of. And then thank you, and freedom of speech rocks. And I appreciate your guys' wisdom moving forward on this. And that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Janine Crane. And then after Janine, Matthew Winterhawk. And Janine, please state your name for the record.
I'm Janine Crane. My children have been attending CCSD schools for the last 13 years. I currently have 3 in the district, 2 high schoolers and 1 elementary. And I'm just here to express my concerns about the new school start times, which you just discussed. I participated in the survey, and I was disappointed to see that the option with the most support was not chosen. It feels like families were asked for the input, but then the final decision didn't reflect that feedback. Many parents, teachers, and students feel unheard. I'm also a parent of student athletes, both of whom are not happy about this change. The later dismissal times will push practices later into the evening, cutting into homework time and family time. This change was said to support mental health, yet research consistently shows that family dinner time has major emotional and mental health benefits. This schedule takes that away from our student athletes. Many will also miss class. You discussed that, to attend their games. And some practices, as was mentioned, may even move to before school, but if sleep is the priority, then why does it seem to matter less for our athletes? Third, many students, including my own, work after school. The current schedule allows for them to come home, do some homework, and then go to work. But this new schedule removes that window and increases stress. Finally, flipping the schedule between middle and high school places a heavy burden on families and long-established routines. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider this decision and to truly honor the voices of the families, teachers, and students that you asked for input. Please do what is genuinely best in the interest of our students and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Matthew Winterhawk. And then Alan Snell, you'll be after him. Please state your name for the record.
Matthew Winterhawk for the record, Winterhawk, like the season and the bird, I tell you. So look, I got some packets over here, and my printer, my personal printer, decided to die, so I only got 9 of them, so you're going to have to share. And I wasn't going to talk about this until I heard the presentation and saw, it's still up there right now on this screen. You can see the M dashes and the amount of AI structuring inside of here. As someone who developed it in 2021 with ChatGPT, it's kind of hilarious to see that you're using it to do this. Let's laugh at that first. This is where the trust erodes, because large systems rarely fail through one bad decision. They fail when complex operational levers are adjusted to produce desired outcomes without the public being shown the full trade-offs. Just so we're all well aware. The bell schedules are not educational tools. They directly affect transportation tiers, staffing requirements, capital purchases, and long-term costs. When operational changes, financial instruments, and staffing models move together, families deserve system-level transparency, not a fragmented explanation with a Google form that can't be verified, that kids gamed, and then you chose the second option. This is not verifiable. This is a joke, and it's absolutely a disgrace to tell the parents of 7,900 square miles that this was some sort of, wow. I don't really have anything else. I'm not alleging bad intent by certain people, but, I'm starting to see a pattern of governance that relies on complexity that people can't understand at a civil or civic level. And that pattern weakens trust, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last 2 months, January 21st, let's start there, right? That was yesterday. Struck by a vehicle. We talked about it. I walked on a campus and videotaped kids as a weirdo that could have been a creepy shooter or anyone. I was there in between kids, recording them and saying hi. I didn't even think about the gravity of that situation until I left it as a father, and I was like, what if I was just a random weirdo? I was on the campus, on the grounds, on Canyon Spring, walking around. There was nobody. From what I heard, I can't confirm, but I heard the guard was smoking a cigarette. That's why the kids were allowed to be out there. But that's just what I heard. 1956 amendment. We're going to get past this because I got so much and it's written down. But the reason this whole place struggles and is allowed to be monopolized and laundromatted by alleged sources, by certain people, is because in 1956 they amended the Constitution, allowed one district, one board, one ring to rule them all, one transparent fund that we can't find. I'm going to leave my written. I really came here to be positive tonight. You should.
Thank you, Mr. Winterhawk. Thank you, Mr. Winterhawk. Whoa.
I'll leave, but that.
We don't do that here, sir. This is a business meeting.
Takes one.
Alan Snell. Alan Snell. And then after Mr. Snell, I have Ivan or Yvonne. I don't want to, it's I-V-O-N. I don't want to miss. Is it Yvonne? Okay, you'll be right after Mr. Snell. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
For the record, the name is Alan Snell, S-N-E-L. I'm a bicyclist, journalist, and resident of Clark County. I publish a news site called lvsportsbiz.com here in Clark County. 20 years ago, I worked in the daily newspaper business, and I actually quit my job and put my career on pause when there were just too many bicyclists being killed in the Tampa Bay market where I lived. I had worked at the Tampa Tribune at the time. I quit and worked exclusively full-time for 6.5 years on lowering the rate of people being killed on our roads. And when I moved to Las Vegas in 2012, I was astonished at just the casual nature in which a lot of the road deaths and carnage that's going on has been treated with. In the past year, I was absolutely horrified and deeply disturbed about 4 students being killed going to school and going home from school. It was astonishing. The more than 100 kids being hit by cars is absolutely flabbergasting to me. I can't even put my arms around that. I'm here to urge the board and actually the greater Las Vegas community to make road safety and traffic safety your #1 priority at this point. The numbers are staggering, and it's really upsetting. I worked for 6.5 years. I devoted 6.5 years of my life leaving newspapers to work on this very issue. I am here with a 5-point plan. This is information that is just out there already. You have to lower the speed limits around here. It's incredible. Number 2, you have to improve your infrastructure. You need a paved regional trail system. Number 3, you need, and this is something you guys should handle pretty well, education. There has to be road safety and driver education built into your curriculum. Number 4, you need enforcement. I mean, I biked just the other day around Las Vegas for about 50 miles. I could not believe the amount of cars people parked in front of schools and bike lanes. It is horrifying to me that one of your students died because she had to veer around a parked car in a bike lane. She was hit by a school bus operator. The next day, a real metropolitan area would have had its police, and they have ticketed every single car parked in a bike lane at a school. I just drove on Alta Boulevard past Palo Verde High School. There are the cars lined up in front of the no parking and stop.
Thank you, Mr. Snell. Thank you, Mr. Snell. Thank you. Yvonne, do you want, you can sit there if you'd like, or you can come stand here if you'd like.
Yeah.
Did she? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Yvonne Meneses, IVON-MENESES. I'm a volunteer for PLAN, pro-immigrant activist, immigrant from Mexico, and a mother of 6. 4 of them are CCSD students. I'm really concerned since raids are happening in our country. Besides my 4 students, I'm a legal guardian of a student from the Philippines. Since she knows what's happening, she's very anxious, to the point she don't feel safe and fears going to school. She knows that ICE is everywhere. I spoke to several students. These raids make them feel unsafe and fearful. No student should feel this way at school. We need CCSD to provide more protection from ICE. We need to make sure that students, friends, family, and our neighbors are protected. A school should be a place to learn. I'm asking CCSD to strongly protect our students from ICE. No student should be separated from their family. ICE is turning our families apart. I have a question. What resources is a district providing students, like if both parents are detained by ICE? Thank you.
Thank you. John Ortega? Mr. John Ortega? And then after John, Jane Audette, you will be after Mr. Ortega. And John, please state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Board. Ms. Ebert. My name is Johnny Ortega. I'm actually the representative for Teamsters Local 14, and I work with ESC as well. I just want to kind of just jump back up here and first thank you for ratifying another contract. It's a lot of work. We sit and we ratify contracts all the time. I just want to put it back on the agenda that we are going back to the table recently with Ms. Owasaki to finish up a contract that we started. Sorry, I'm getting over a cold. But I just want to say thank you guys for that. Also, just want to put it on the record also that, you know, I'm boots on the ground with about 300 of your guys' workers in skilled trades, our HVAC techs, gardeners, landscape, and they're still well below that standard. So we're constantly dealing with safety issues. They bring this information to me daily. And just want to put it back out there for you guys to realize and understand that that's still out there. The pay is an issue, and we're still going to work on that. I just want to come up here and say thank you for your time. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Jane Audette, and then after Jane, it will be Megan Cavey. Sorry, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Jane Audette, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Ebert. K-12 education is not for the faint of heart. Holding space for this special column of our democracy as educator, a student, a parent, a community advocate, administrator, a board member will test our courage. There is comfort in policies, regulations, hierarchies, handbooks, and protocols. The comfort of bureaucracy also provides us for cover. We can hide and assure ourselves that standard operating procedures means that we're all safe and the system is working. Will we have the courage to look? Our students protesting yesterday reminded us of the lie that we are safe. When we align with the status quo, our systems may keep some of us safe. The lie is revealed when humanity insists that you actually see those not protected by our bureaucracy, insisting that we see the system is working with a vengeance, not for everyone. Our protesting students broke rules to insist that we must have the courage to look. Other things have happened this week that can make us look. A graduation rates presentation slide about moving forward intentionally names targeted supports for students with special education needs and for English language learners, while making no mention of support for other two groups that we are failing, Black students and our Native students. Will the board ask questions about this? Will we have the courage to look? A family seeking relief from persistent documented race-based harassment is encircled by community advocates who insist that upper management actually see. The ultimate response to the community is an authoritative slap on the wrist and a reminder to the community advocates that we must continue to follow the very protocols that failed this family in the first place. Will we have the courage to look? A white substitute teacher violates the expectation that educators will be culturally responsive and humble in their relationships with students. Accountability is initiated in a video. Where will accountability take us? And I don't mean just educator accountability. Will we have the courage to look? I hope we will learn from our protesting students. They understand that the system works for those that it was designed to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Audette. Megan Cavey. And then after Megan, Jasmine Kenyatta.
Thank you, President, Superintendent Ebert, and members of the board for hearing me out today. Previous to my coming up here, we have heard from a few members of our community about their concerns with our protesting students yesterday. I not only stand in solidarity with those students in their right to protest and in the fact that they are our future. They know what is happening in our schools and outside and in our communities every single day. Moms for Liberty, a group that a couple of members have spoken today are a part of, and members that are going to speak are a part of, have released a statement regarding the protests and the walkouts from students yesterday. In this document, they mention that they feel that our students should not have politics brought into schools. As an educator myself for K through 5 students, I promise you they already are aware, and it's not on our doing. I promise with the very amazing curriculum we have, we don't have the time to indoctrinate your students. We do not have that allotted to us. We are teaching them the basics, but they come home and they are afraid for their parents, and they are afraid for members of their community, their friends' parents, everyone they are aware of. We just saw today a 5-year-old was detained by ICE in Minnesota, and I can only imagine what our kids are thinking about that. Could that be them? Absolutely. So my real ask of you as the board is to remember that these students are not helpless to, or not necessarily helpless, but not naive to what is happening in our society. They are not, they're not merely objects that we, can tell them about politics or not. Politics is a part of their life as it is a part of any of ours. To say that they simply cannot be exposed to this it's just simply not true. And at the end of the day, it's our responsibility to remember that they are not seeing it from us, but they're seeing it at home. There's, we mentioned earlier about, curriculum talking and how our attention spans are shortened because of TikTok. Those kids are on TikTok, whether we like it or not. They're seeing the injustices. So just, my final thought is, just please, at the end of the day, remember these students are nearly adults in high schools. They are going to make the choices they make regardless of what we feel. And it is our job as educators to make sure that they are definitely, ready for the outside world, whatever that may look like when they inherit this world, and, that they are supported outside of school for whatever they need to do. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Ms. Cavey, can you please state your name for the record?
Sorry, my name is Megan Cavey, Cavey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cavey. Jasmine Kenyatta? And then after Jasmine will be Dutch Harbor. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Cañada. I am here as a concerned citizen and as an Abolish ICE activist. I want to start by saying Moms for Liberty is a fascist hate group, and I stand in solidarity of the courageous students that walked out protesting ICE. Moms for Liberty has gone out of their way to retaliate against these students and demanded for accountability against the administration, teachers, and students. The student walkout is one of the most American actions you can take against a fascist government when the adults in this moment have chosen complicity. These students recognize the complicity, the indoctrination, the violence, and the fascist regime rising. Unfortunately, because we have many uneducated board members focused on pushing their bigoted views, they fail to recognize they are hurting these same children fighting for their humanity to be seen. One of these board members shared an Instagram post on January 9th in support of ICE after Renee Good was executed, and she is one of many up there with the same barbaric views. Many of these teachers are clearly not failing at educating our children. Instead, our system is failing them, failing to protect them, failing to fund their education, failing to evolve as our students gain more capacity for empathy for one another. The only reason why there are protections for these students on campus are because of groups like the Nevada Immigration Coalition, not because of the majority of you actually care about what happens to them. One of the board members who makes more than $350,000 annually only showed up for the recent special session only to speak in support of the tax credit bill that was up for voting. She did not show up to protect our students. In solidarity with the Nevada Immigration Coalition and others who pushed to protect our students. If you can stand to give chances to rapists and make them president, I'm not sure how you are protecting our students or children. I ask for the board members to take action to dissolve the suspensions and other retaliated actions taken against the students using their First Amendment right to stand up to ICE. Thank you.
I'd like to remind members of the community that when you're speaking to the board, you are speaking to us as a whole, not as individuals. Next is Dutch Harbor. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Dutch Harbor, and I'm here to show my support for the brave boys and girls that participated in a school walkout. These kids may not fully understand the nuance and the maze that politics can be, but they sure do understand what is right and what is wrong. I would encourage many members of this board to take notes. Just imagine the guts these kids must have, especially when there's multiple members on the board that support the very thing they sought to protest. It wasn't about ditching class, it wasn't about following trends, and it certainly wasn't the result of indoctrination from teachers. The fact that a little Nazi group of moms would want you to think any of those things only speaks to the lack of education that runs rampant in their circles. Moms for Liberty claim that kids need education, not political training. I would argue that the reason these kids walked out in the first place is because they are educated. When you constantly subject yourself to political propaganda like Moms for Liberty, it's understandable that you wouldn't know what a real education is. It's clear to me that Moms for Liberty have been conducting a nationwide psyop in order to infiltrate and indoctrinate the education system with their hateful rhetoric and their Christian nationalist beliefs starting at the board level. The fact that there are board members in front of me who have been directly a part of their group or who have accepted endorsements is proof enough. And although the Nazi group exerts power and influence over some of the CCSD faculty and board members, they cannot control the minds of every kid that is in CCSD. The fact that they're calling for action tells me that it is not enough for them to control parts of the board. They have to control the thoughts and the minds of the kids as well. I find this group's behavior and calls to action disgusting and reprehensible. You know, if these kids felt like they could trust the adults and the faculty members to stand up for what was right, they likely wouldn't have felt the need to walk out of the classroom in the first place. We should open our ears and listen to what the kids are saying. Without students, none of you would have a job. As a veteran, I see a whole lot of patriotism from these young boys and girls, and I see nothing but cowardice and capitulation from adults. As a veteran, our most celebrated military accomplishment is beating the Nazis. So take a lesson from these kids. Have some guts. So I say no Nazis, no KKK, no fascist USA. Also, the superintendent brought up that we were 47th in the nation for school funding. That's hilarious coming from someone who is currently making $385,000 a year. Seems a bit excessive to me. If you cared about education and kids, you could always just take a pay cut and donate the rest of your salary to CCSD to hire more teachers or bus drivers. If you reduce your salary to $120,000 a year, you'd be able to hire an additional 4 to 5 teachers or faculty members. If you spend $1,000 a day, you'd still be left with $20,000 at the end of the year. Do you really need that much money when the department you're the superintendent of is struggling financially? That's all I have to say.
So I'd like to remind the community, when we do public comment, this is part of our business meeting. So when you speak to the board, you speak to us as a whole. I'm going to ask that we not single people out. We are a team, and that includes our superintendent. Thank you. Julie Kemp. And after Julie Kemp, we'll call up Katie Harlan.
My name is Julie Kemp. I'm a member of Surge Las Vegas, speaking here today as an individual. I came today to speak about the kids in CCSD who participated in the ICE walkout, because when I learned that Moms for Liberty had submitted a letter to the CCSD board voicing their disdain for the protesting students and the teachers who supposedly showed a lack of authority or responsibility for their students, I became fired up to speak out in support of the students who showed incredible bravery and exceptional civic engagement. Moms for Liberty is known for pushing book bans on books with topics such as true American history, stories about or written by people of color, LGBTQ plus people. Their understanding of what education should be is skewed and instead supports racist, homophobic bigotry. Now they are trying to push the punishment of kids who are being actively engaged in the opposition of the racist and illegal injustices being imposed on communities across our country by ICE. Squashing young adults who are civically engaged would be a travesty, which would only perpetuate the lack of American engagement in our democracy. The fact that we were not taught in classrooms the importance of our continued engagement in democracy is one of the key reasons why we are where we are today, along with whitewashing of U.S. and world history in our schools. Public education, not including teaching us the importance of actually participating in our democracy, not just every 4 years, but year-round, seems to be not only a blind spot, but an intentional way to control the masses for those in the millionaire class to stay in control and suppress the working class, both locally and at a federal level. It seems to me that by not teaching the importance of actually being an active, engaged member of a representative democracy, we are doing our communities an injustice. Sadly, I believe this has been by design. I am proud of those children who participated in the walkout. They should be rewarded and not punished for engaging in our democracy real time. This lesson is greater than any lessons they can learn in a textbook, especially one which doesn't even tell the real history of America. These protests are a real-life teaching opportunity for our educators. Why not hold a debriefing session with all students to openly talk about why they participated in the walkout and how the ICE raids are affecting the individual students and their families? Students who don't feel afraid or affected by ICE's presence can learn from what their classmates and their families are experiencing. This may even inspire empathy throughout the student population, hearing the truth from a different lens of their friends and neighbors. I hope the board and district on a whole sees these students as models for others and how members of a democracy are able to use their voice to shape the policies, laws in their cities, states, and the entire country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kemp. Katie Harlan. And then after Katie is Mr. Gomez, David Gomez.
Okay. Hi. For the record, my name is Katie Harlan, Harlan, and I am a member of Surge, but I'm really here as a mom. I'm newer to Las Vegas. My son is in his second year at Hummel Elementary, District A. One of the reasons my husband and I moved to Las Vegas was because of the diversity. We wanted our kids to visit Broadacres and to attend community events that celebrate their heritage. Clark County School District truly has been a destination district for us. I share the district's belief that all children deserve to feel safe, treated with dignity, and have a chance to thrive, no matter where they were born or what language their family speaks. That's why I want to alert you to the challenges I face trying to track down Clark County School District's immigration protocol. Shortly after my move and the national election, I began researching how CCSD delivers on its legal obligation to provide a safe education for all students, regardless of their immigration status. At Hummel, we don't have a PTA, so tracking down information from others in the community has been nearly impossible. So I was really dependent upon finding information on the internet. And what I found was mainly limited to external resources and not policies. Subsequently, I received an email linking to a 2017 CCSD resolution early last year. I also caught one of the trustees on the news talking about the issue, and I deeply appreciated her care and clear commitment to making sure all students feel safe at school. But even then, the details still weren't there. No public policy, no clear, accessible way for parents to locate documented protocols. Lack of documentation puts tremendous risk on those most vulnerable populations to just trust that you got it. Since then, I've heard staff is concerned. I've also heard directly from CCSD staff who weren't familiar with the protocols or who referred me to school administration. And while I understand principals serve as the centralized leadership, it's important that information is shared broadly and consistently. If ICE were to show up at a school, it seems unlikely that the first person that they would come in contact with is the principal. So I've heard you like to hear solutions, so here I am with my asks. Families deserve immediate transparency around CCSD's ICE protocols. All CCSD staff deserve to have their concerns heard and deserve clear training and guidance so everyone understands their role in protecting students. And families, especially those most impacted, deserve to be a part of the conversation about how these protocols are shaped and communicated. When we drop our kids off at school, we trust that our children will be safe, no matter who they are or where they come from. Lastly, I understand you might be inclined to think, oh, we have a policy, we have protocols.
Thank you, Katie. Mr. Gomez. And then after David Gomez is Marcela Rongart Campo. I don't know if I said that right. Yes, ma'am.
David Gomez, for the record, Nevada Peace Alliance president, former president of Wake Up, the former deputy director of LULAC. I am also the FMP at DPG. I am Division 0 for the city of Las Vegas, and I am the ward advisor for the Ward 3. I'm a father of 7 children. My oldest son is a Marine that retired voluntarily, and he's going back to the Navy for 16 years. My other son works for FEMA. My other son works for some other agency that I'm not allowed to talk about. But nevertheless, I've been doing this for close to 30 years now. And I'm pretty sure there's some educators up there that understand what that word back there means, school district. School district, education. So when you guys implement rules that I can't go to the school and disrupt this whole entire program and you will have CCSD PD arrest me, that applies to everybody. I don't care who you are. You can be a student, a homeless person, or anybody. It's a rule, no matter what. But because they just want to be socially unjust, that's fine. But then they're saying, protect us. How can anybody protect you if you're leaving the grounds where you're protected? How? If you're leaving where you're protected, the public street is public roadway. It is not the responsibility of CCSD to protect people on a public roadway. If they choose to go out there and be disobedient and disturb classroom time, I will get in trouble. I've been doing this a long time. There's not that many people in here that remember what Garcia said in the media when he said a word. A lot of people don't remember that word. I'm pretty sure Ramona remembers. Not to point you out, but I'm pretty sure. And it was a word that people did not like. But I've been with Marzette Lewis. I've been with Ruby Duncan. They told me West Prep wasn't going to get built. I had it built. I was here with Walt. I was here with all these superintendents, and I watched, pointing out everybody in here, and then having people walk in here and insult a kid in a hallway, calling him Super Mario, that is with a group that says we don't do racism. I heard it. Imagine that. That's a form of racism, just stereotyping some kid that just wants to dress the way he wants to in the hallway. But here I am. I'm upset. And I know a lot of people don't like it when they see me this way, and they don't like it when they see me this way because they don't comprehend most of the things I say when I'm going too fast. But nevertheless, I don't see the raise of hands in here when I was out there marching with the blacks. I don't see a raise of hands in here when they were out there fighting for that West Prep Elementary School, and it was portables. So don't come in here acting like you know something, doing something, and you move in and you say, I know everything, but you don't know nothing, because I've been doing this for free for all these years. I am a product of this system. My family helped build this state with carpeteria and supplied all those casinos with carpets. So everybody want to come in here, I'm this and I'm this and I'm not, I'm do this and I got the, no, they don't have answers. Come in here with a solution. Give these people a solution so we can figure out how we can protect our children, but they're not protected when they leave.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Marcella? After Marcella, we're going to have Rayanne. Rayanne? Yes, ma'am. You'll be after. Please state your name for the record.
Marcela Rodriguez Campo. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your service and for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Marcela Rodriguez Campo, and I was one of your students once. I graduated from a CCSD high school and later became a high school teacher and a speech and debate coach here in CCSD, and God, I really loved teaching. I left the public school classroom because of the violent and harmful experiences I had and bore witness to in 2016-2017 during the first phases of family separation policies, specifically against immigrant and undocumented students. This harm is something that was inflicted by my teacher colleagues, by administrators, and by other students who expressed their clear hatred and animosity that went unchecked in schools against immigrant children. Today, I'm an immigration and education scholar practitioner and have spent the last decade since stepping out of the public school classroom training educators and administrators on how to foster inclusive environments for all students. I'm so incredibly proud of our high school students who put their civics education into action yesterday through their walkouts and who are following in the tradition of their elders and their antepasados who demanded an education that didn't indoctrinate them but empowered them, that didn't dehumanize them but affirmed them. Gloria Anzaldúa tells us it is the physical realities of our lives that politicize us. What students are experiencing right now is what is politicizing them in this moment, and they have the courage to meet the moment. Our students have made it clear they do not feel safe in this current moment. And it's not just about ICE not being welcomed on school grounds, it's also about how their classmates are returning home to find that their parents have been kidnapped, or that 3-year-old or third grader from about 2 weeks ago who got stranded at school because both of her parents were taken. It's about the student that I helped with last night who had both their uncle and their father get picked up and now are having to carry the full weight of their family's responsibilities. A school or district safety protocol is not enough. We need our district, our leadership to fight at the state level that ICE is not allowed to continue to target our communities with impunity. In child psychology, there is something we call the pyramid of deportability. What studies have found is that children, even U.S. citizen children, experience a deterioration in their mental, physical, and social development when living under the threat or perceived threat of deportation of one of their family members. And in Nevada, the children that you serve, 1 in 7 live with an undocumented parent, even though they may be U.S. citizens themselves. We are witnessing the slow death of their childhood as the adults in the room who are sworn to protect them continue to take meaningful action in interrupting this trauma. Please protect your neighbors and our youth.
Thank you. Rayanne? And then after Rayanne, Tanya Atterbury?
Good evening. Good evening, President Stevens, members of the Clark County School District Board, Superintendent Ebert, district staff, fellow parents, and community members. My name is Rayanne Tobin, R-A-E-A-N-N-T-O-B-I-N, a dedicated mom from Henderson, Nevada, and an active member of Moms for Liberty, Clark County. I'm speaking tonight as a parent who will never stop defending the fundamental rights, parental rights, the safety of every student across Las Vegas, and the well-being of our entire community. This issue doesn't just affect our neighborhood in Henderson. It impacts families in North Las Vegas proper, Boulder City, and every corner of Clark County. As Moms for Liberty members, we stand united to protect our children wherever, whenever. We stand every day. What happened this week is completely unacceptable and a direct threat to students and public safety. Hundreds of students across Clark County, from Desert Rose High School and Cheyenne High School in North Las Vegas to campuses in Henderson and throughout the Las Vegas area, walked out of class to participate in an anti-ICE protest. They left the safety of their classrooms, stepped into busy streets, unsupervised by their parents, and put themselves and the public in real danger. A student was struck by a vehicle during the walkout at Desert Rose High School, suffering injuries that could have been catastrophic. This isn't just a policy violation, it is a reckless endangerment of our children's lives and the safety of the drivers, pedestrians, and broader Las Vegas community. Unsupervised minors in traffic, that's a public safety crisis waiting to happen, and it affects all of us. Parents did not ask teachers or staff to facilitate this. We did not give permission for our children to protest political issues on school time. We send our kids to school to learn reading, math, science, history, not to be mobilized into street demonstrations on immigration enforcement or any other divisive topic. Politics need to be kept out of the classroom, period. Every adult involved, teachers, administrators, or anyone who allowed, encouraged, or failed to stop students from leaving campus unsupervised should face serious consequences. At minimum, they should be written up for violating attendance policies and endangering children. At maximum, those who actively enabled this should be fired.
Thank you. Tanya? And then after Tanya will be Leslie Quinn.
Tanya Atterbury for the record. Regulation 5146 mandates a closed campus, that students must remain on campus from start to finish of the school day unless off-campus permits for approved reasons are obtained from the school principal. This regulation is in a place to keep students safe. We do not allow students off campus at lunch, as in the past, a student was struck and killed. We had a student hit by a car yesterday when students were allowed to participate in an unsafe walkout off campus. If students were so afraid of ICE rounding them up, then the worst decision is to allow unsupervised groups of students to leave the safety of the campus and walk around in high traffic areas. As educators, we can provide students' voices, we can promote students' voices to be heard in a productive manner. For example, we can have them speak at one of the trustee community events. We can have them speak at a neighborhood town hall or here at one of the school board meetings. Students can write out their concerns and collect signatures to be presented to their principal or to their board. There are a lot of constructive ways that students can voice their opinions and that we as adults can hear them. When we tell students there is a standard rule and that they are not to leave campus except when they want to protest, then that gives them mixed signals. There are ways to encourage students to address authority, but the more they get away with, the more they will push to defy all authority, which includes principals, teachers, school police, and staff. Maybe we need to rethink ways to engage students that doesn't interfere with the school day or defies a regulation put into place to keep students safe by our own school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Quinn, and after Ms. Quinn, Mr. Jeremy Heckler.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for everything that you do. My name is Leslie Quinn, for the record. When communication stops, civil unrest begins. In war, truth is the first casualty. Speech is not violence. Violence is free speech. It's not free speech. The recent 36th Legislative Special Session passed AB 6, which increases traffic violation penalties in school zones. Although AB 6 doesn't take effect until July 1st, 2026, student safety should still always be paramount to CCSD. Yesterday, at Cheyenne High School, CCSD staff allowed a student to do a walkout anti-ICE protest that put students in danger. It was nothing more than a political turmoil and chaos. One female student was hit by a car during the anti-ICE walkout. Sadly, the anti-ICE walkout zones were not being supervised according to Regulation 5146, which states students are to remain on campus from the start to the finish of the school day. Why did CCSD staff not abide to the policies and regulations of CCSD's making? Are CCSD students simply collateral damage and pawns for a political agenda? Why are students being encouraged to go against ICE agents, law, and order? What happened to communication? This should never happen again. The class of 2026 will be the largest graduating class CCSD has ever had. Hopefully they will know where they come from so they know where they are going. These young adults will go out into the world to make it a better place for us all, to be our country's leaders. They should not be used like pawns in a divorce to promote reckless agendas that don't encourage communicating with those they disagree with, but rather physical violence. Thank you, ICE, law enforcement, and all first responders for doing your job despite the danger you face daily. We, the people, need leaders that promote safety, a strong economy, excellence in education, and a better life for Nevadans and all U.S. citizens. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Mr. Jeremy Heckler. And then after Mr. Heckler, Noe Orozco.
For the record, Jeremy Heckler, and I have the pleasure of serving as the president of NEA of Southern Nevada. Trustees, Superintendent Ebert, I have come here tonight not to speak for myself, but for teachers across this district who are worried tonight about changes in school start times. They are concerned about how they will take care of their child and get them to their child's school and make it to their school site on time. Do they need childcare? Will they have to take more sick days because they can't get a doctor's appointment after school? Can they still coach sports or advise a club? Will students still attend those clubs and events? We want the best for our students and their families. We are in favor of whatever we can do to help our students and see them succeed. But we are also people too. Many teachers have chosen schools and times to help them be effective educators in the building and healthy people and parents outside the building. For many, these start time changes make them wonder what to do next. Teachers are concerned about an uncertain future. My hope is that these concerns can be addressed by the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heckler. Noe, and then after Noe, let's have Marina Hernandez.
Madam President, trustees, and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Noel Orozco. I'm with the Nevada Immigrant Coalition, and I want to speak about the student walkouts that took place across the district. We know that yesterday at least 8 schools participated, and we are saddened to hear that one student was injured. But let's be clear about what this is and what this is not. This is not disorder or an excuse to skip class. This is young people responding to fear, real fear. Fear for their parents, their siblings, their classmates, and in many cases, themselves. Many of these students walk into our schools every day carrying a question no child should carry. Will my family still be together when I get home? And that fear does not disappear when the bell rings. and it shapes how and whether they will learn. Today and yesterday, these students participated in the very skills we claim to value: critical thinking, leadership, and moral responsibility. They are not abandoning their education. They are demanding that it means something beyond test scores and attendance sheets. The district has protocols on paper, but paper does not calm a frightened student. Paper does not ease the fears of a parent as they're taking their child to school. And paper does not substitute leadership. Families, students, and staff need more than quiet memos and after-the-fact statements. The district's responsibility to students does not begin and end at the school gate. CCSD operates far beyond the physical boundaries of a campus. The district maintains its own police department that monitors adjacent schools, adjacent streets, and runs programs in community settings. What students and families are asking for is well within your reach. They are asking for reassurance, consistency, and the leadership that does not disappear the moment an issue becomes uncomfortable or politically inconvenient. This is not about what the district can and cannot do. It's about what it's choosing to do. And that brings to the real question before this board. Will you meet the students with excuses or with leaderships? Thank you.
Thank you. Marina Hernandez. And then after Marina will be Crystal Cooper. And please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Marina Hernandez. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to applaud our students for exercising their rights to protect the students and their families and to protest. I stand in solidarity with them. I'm born and raised in Las Vegas. I'm a Chicana, a first-generation American from immigrant parents. I'm a business owner and community advocate. Protecting the community is deeply personal to me. I'm a former CCSD student and staff member. I attended school during the recession when the economy decreased and the violence increased. It took such a toll that I had to drop out. It cost me my full-ride academic scholarship. Later, while working for CCSD through the pandemic, I saw the firsthand how overworked staff were and how families, especially those seeking asylum from places like Haiti and Colombia, struggled just to survive. Allowing ICE into schools doesn't just affect undocumented students, it affects all students, DACA, mixed status families, and students of every race and background. Fear spreads, classrooms become unsafe emotionally, kids cannot learn when they are worried their parents might not come home, might not be home when they get back. This separates families, traumatizes children, and pushes them into a broken system. And here in Las Vegas, where hospitality is our lifeblood, that fear harms our workforce, economy, and our future. Our kids are our future. They deserve safe schools. Our staff deserve support. Families deserve to stay together, and keeping ICE out of schools protects everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Cooper, and then after Crystal, Mark Diffenbacher.
Okay. Hello, my name is Crystal Cooper. I am here to talk, and I'm here to talk for the students that walked out. And okay, I get that, yes, it's horrible that a student got hit, yes. But you guys, I want to actually bring your attention to something that I don't think you know about. Operation Creep. So Operation Creep happened in Bloomington, Minnesota, where ICE agents actually got caught up in a sex trafficking sting. So how y'all gonna protect the kids? Because they run around not showing ID. They do not have their faces out. And as someone who survived human trafficking in this state, who was actually kidnapped in Texas off my campus, brought here, survived 7 years, and I'm good now, I'm free. But yeah, I know how it feels. So these students walking out, I have 6 students in my organization. I am the president of the Southern Nevada chapter 5051. Those students came to me and they are telling me their parents are not listening to them. They do not feel safe on your campuses. So what are y'all gonna do? Instead of penalizing the students for walking out, listen to them. And again, Operation Creep, you can look it up. You guys don't have anything in place to really protect these students right now, okay? And the reason I'm saying this again is because they are telling me. So the night before they walked out, I sent them back to their parents. I said, speak to your parents first. Try to level with them before you walk out. I said that. Okay? So with that being said, you guys, what are you going to do? How are you truly going to keep these students safe? Because you know you have a human trafficking problem in this state. You can't tell me you don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Mark, and after Mark is Mariah Bongiovanni.
Hi, my name is Mark Diefenbacher, member of Surge Las Vegas, speaking as an individual in support of yesterday's protesters. Regardless of the color of our skin or whether your family has lived here for 3 generations or 3 months, we know that schools should be safe and feel safe for our kids to thrive. But the Trump MAGA regime's ongoing brutality and the way it runs ICE coast to coast from the streets of Minneapolis and elsewhere has demonstrated no regard for safety, kidnapping our neighbors for trying to build a life here, and inflicting violence on those standing up for their neighbors. And of course, this regime is doing this to spread fear and sow division based on our races and backgrounds so they can hand billionaires and corporations the wealth our work creates. This board has the power to push back on this fear and division and keep our families whole and allow our communities to thrive by ensuring our school grounds are safe for all students, black, brown, and white. I stand here today with other community members in support of students' demands for protections this board has the means to strengthen. I urge this board to take action now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariah? And then after Mariah will be Ashley Ascendo.
Hello, my name is Mariah Bongiovanni for the record. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today to all of you. I stand in solidarity with the school walkout. I am a former CCSD student. I am born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we have such diversity here, and I've seen that throughout my schooling. And I really feel that, you know, we need to celebrate that. We need to celebrate the way that these kids are expressing themselves. Expression is very important to mental health. And as someone who has been disabled since they were 5, I believe that doing school protests allows people with disabilities to engage in their community. And since they can't, you know, other protests aren't accessible to them. So if they're able to do this at school, then it could be safe, it could be monitored, and these, you know, disabled students can have their voices heard. Please take everyone's, you know, comments into account and don't be on the wrong side of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariah. Ashley Ascendo, and then Spencer Hinton will close us out.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Acevedo, Acevedo, and I'm commenting today in regards to the latest protest conducted by students yesterday. I apologize, I'm very nervous. As a recent graduate of Rancho High School, president of the Hispanic Student Union under Mr. Barone, and an active member of the Las Vegas workforce, people are scared. People are afraid to leave their homes. They're afraid to go to school. And I understand that safety is of utmost importance, of course, but it would help to hear from the Clark County School District about measures being implemented to help students, parents, and community members feel safe to go to school without fear of being racially profiled, detained, or harassed. I understand that you just passed a motion that allowed for a contract that, from my understanding, was a 10% increase in pay for cops on schools, yet from the community members, it sounds like they're not there. Forgive me if that's incorrect, but this is my first time attending something like this. And while there's nothing I can do for that recent decision, I would urge community members, you all as a board, to consider the recent legal action taken against Las Vegas Metro Police Department due to their connections to ICE by the ACLU. It's also important to note that graduation rates can severely be affected if students are scared to go to school, scared to leave their families, and overall feel unsafe in their communities. Mind you, school shootings is something that people are afraid of. So regardless of immigration, they're already afraid to go to school. And I know because I was in school myself 3 years ago. Students are wearing backpacks with medals. What are you guys doing? Cops, yes, are there, but they're not there. The money is there. Where's it going? This is terrifying. While it's important to guide students on an educational path towards a career, please remember that they are also human beings with fears and struggles that affect their everyday lives. And it's severely disappointing to hear certain things. Yes, people can be arrested, but kids should not be in cages. Kids should not have handcuffs on them, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Spencer Hinton?
Good evening. My name is Spencer Hinton. First of all, I stand in solidarity with the students that were walking out yesterday. It is very unfortunate that one of the students was injured in the street. I think that there should be some kind of safety policy to protect our students in that regard, and there should also be an outlet for students to make their voices heard in a more controlled environment such as this. Regardless of anyone's political views on immigration, ICE's track record shows that they use illegal methods of detaining and deporting people that don't look or sound American enough to them, and they cause senseless violence and abuse along the way. It should go without saying that we need to keep ICE out of our schools. That being said, I urge the leadership of the POA to roll out ICE response protocols if they don't already exist, and if they do, let's be transparent about it. We need to protect our children and keep our schools safe. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment 6.01. We're going to move to 7.01, upcoming meeting announcement. We have a board meeting on Wednesday, February the 4th, 2026 at 4 p.m. It's a Wednesday. Is this a work session? Yeah, it's a work session. And that said, I will take a motion for adjournment. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to adjourn.
Do I have a second? Trustee Esparza Stoffergen?
Second.
Let's cast your votes. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.